Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Elmer P. Begay is present. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Amber Knutba Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutba Crotty is present. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniel. Honorable Herman M. Daniel. Honorable Herman M. Daniels did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez did not answer roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is present. Honorable Charlene Stowe. Honorable Charlene Stowe. Honorable Charlene Stowe did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel Stowe. Honorable Daniel Stowe is present. Honorable Eugene Stowe. Honorable Eugene Stowe is present. Honorable Otto Stowe. Honorable Otto Stowe. Honorable Otto Stowe did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland is present. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona is present. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio is not present. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene Stowe. Honorable Charlene Stowe. Honorable Charlene Stowe did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto Stowe. Honorable Otto Stowe. Honorable Otto Stowe did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. With that, Mr. Chair, you have 13 members present and 11 absent.
Good morning, colleagues and members of the Naabik'íyáti committee and all our visitors listening in, all the division directors here in the room. Good morning to the president and vice president in the room as well. We had 13 members who actually were on roll call. Thank you very much, colleagues, for being on the line here with us. With that, we do have our division directors here with us this morning. I was going to ask, where is Mr. Dr. Rudy Shabala, do you mind doing the invocation for us this morning?
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Legislative Branch. And good morning, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Executive Branch. It's a beautiful day today. And where each and every one of us are blessed to be here. Each and every one of us are blessed to be put in a position to serve our Navajo people. And also, each and every one of us are blessed to be who we are as members of the Navajo Nation, as members of our respective clans, as members representative of our families. The yin the Naabik'íyáti Husi clean ako ahuiche ba ahunitsen ba ahe ilnido benashe nikit neba ade idoles sheya Rudy R. Shabala ayin shiedo Hanat leholia Nazlinde Ada Nasha Ada Shamaha Dosha Masaniye Shicheye Ada Edata Ado Naslan bakopeta de kwashia hasli toya tonlo ton natahit leko. Ara tuilwude de ton tahit keko ni yata hasli. Ara ultra atratneya e nazlini boarding school. Ara ashan chin lije I yara e na kits atahagi. Ara instra. Akot edole kodoshi so doesn't besha elni do so doesn't nhabe hates zakat. Hojon dole shaman hosan Johna e nihitha yateskil nihitha yanihitha chahaskil nihimma nahokha tenne nikit nene nikite hajine de hasitelia nikite chol I belat khato nan hit il tine nikite kododich sotazen nihit hotelia to digin de net no sini alsakoholone nihit Khash'eyal tie nihitshe khash'e hogan yolkay astan nihimma astanat lehli nihimma sa ahna rebik hajon inna tankini ke sa ahna rebik hajon nahat aya ashoni tankini ke sa ahna rebik hajon alile nikitne apa nikinanish adel indole ado undeta nihirante nihili na zinde ya hot ekon has adole de jonako de kontatel klitole ohtan heda hallota tota na khanaz khando dole ado de nebekaya atahus ago altro nikitne alile betrayata hot eto betrata hojanto belta hojanto benahat ya shoni ikete khatole eto job atan kiti ni dole nikiti digindne sa ahna rebik hajon ina dan kini ke dije ko enat ani allahelle allasalli belta no sondole Nijunako sad yad ehi ya ntsida kesigi bek ekoko Nijuna bazak eta hotshonko ete inzinigi ita do ban tsilako ba ete inosino ya hata hatsito aro ben sa kes Nijunako ntsida kesko yad eko alto Nijunako beka ata not edo alke basol nel dole Eitan nhini kedole digindene tan noslini sa ahna rebik hajon kodo yat etole kha ahte sisnachne belat khate ado shata ahte sotsel belat khate ado kodo ahte dog osli ado teta naho koste the bensa belat khate ado tsilna hot bisi بالبغاء كوسا أهنا غيبك أهجون تحتيجنو تنبت خاو تيجنون تحز آره سأهنا غيبك أهجون اللي لقينا إيدن كيني كيدو شتيجين دناء كداهن صدالي وجنا هسلي دالي وجنا هسلي وجنا هسلي وجنا هسلي وجنا هسلي
Thank you very much, Rudy Shabala, for giving us that invocation this morning. Thank you very much, again, colleagues, for joining us here. We did continue on with our invocation. Moving on down on our work session, we did have a presentation on our concluded yesterday with our ARPA non-fiscal recovery funds. Today we're going to be starting off with the presentation of our legislation 0257-21 to Office of Legislative Counsel with assistance of the Department of Justice to present on construction and layout of the legislation 0257-21. We'll go over to Ms. Barbara and then also have Mr. Mel Rodas from the Department of Justice and Ms. Kristen Lowell too as well from the Department of Justice. And then if there's any questions or comments after that. Colleagues, does everybody have a copy of the legislation? Everybody, colleagues, everybody have a copy of legislation? Okay, that, I'll turn the time over to Ms. Barbara.
Good morning. This is Dana Bobroff. I am Chief Legislative Counsel. For those who are listening in, I've worked as an attorney in different roles for the nation for approximately 20 years. I've been very, very blessed to have been able to craft legislations for the nation's big pockets of funding that they've received over the last decade or so, starting with the CSN fund, which came from the federal government as a settlement, and then to CARES, and now to ARPA. Before I get further, I want to let you know that the legislation was structured and drafted with the assistance of myself, but with the assistance of Department of Justice, very heavily involved, and the FRF office. What I am going to do this morning is just go through the structure of the legislation, and then we'll turn it over to others to really get into the meat of the expenditure plans, which is what I think everybody is truly interested in. So Speaker asked, and everybody has a copy of legislation 0257-21. I think the hard copies were handed out this morning. The goal of the legislation, I think this is the mandate or the recommendations coming from council and leadership, is that the legislation should not only fund the projects, but ensure that the projects can get completed and that the nation is accountable for those funds. So if everybody wants to take a look at the legislation, we'll start with Section 1. Section 1 lays out the authority and also sets forth how the committees and as to where it will go through. I am not going to read through each section. I'm just going to try and pick up the big pieces and highlights. So this legislation, Section 1, that's on page 1, this legislation will go to NABI and then to council. And when it gets to council, it will need a 2/3 vote of the majority of council delegates, so that's 16, right, Speaker? So 16 votes at council, and then it goes across the street to the president for signature. The next section is the findings section. And there's a couple of purposes as to why we include the finding sections. One of them is for the legislative history. That sets forth the purposes, the goals, as to why council and leadership are enacting the legislation. And so it establishes a record of the goals, but it also sets forth some of the restrictions that the nation may have in doing everything exactly that they want with this legislation, because of course you have the federal requirements And another thing that is important that the findings lays out in this type of legislation is to establish that it is Navajo Nation policy coming from the council, the policymakers, with respect to accountability for the funds and compliance with the federal regulations for expenditure. So that is the basic policy, purpose of Section 2. It goes on for about three pages, I believe, and it repeats some of the mandates put in CJY 4121, which is also attached as Exhibit A to the legislation. But CJY 4121 is the legislation that set forth the accountability structure for these FRF funds, these fiscal recovery funds. The sections, so now I'm moving on to page 6, which starts with section 3. And sections 3 through 8, each section addresses an expenditure plan for a specific subject area. For example, section 3 addresses and approves the water and wastewater projects expenditure plans. Section 4 does the broadband projects. Section 5, and in the broadband projects, that also includes rural addressing. I wanted to, was asked to point that out. Section 5 sets out the expenditure plan for home electricity connection projects. Section 6 is housing and housing renovation. Section 7 is bathroom additions, and Section 8 is hardship assistance. And in each of those sections 3 through 8, President.
Morning, Mr. President. Good? Great. Have a seat.
Thank you. In section 3, we're going to start, and I'll use section 3 as an example because it's closest. So section 3, it's titled Approval of the Water and Wastewater Projects Expenditure Plans. That section totals that the total amount for those types of projects right now is $301,000,000. So $301,003,000 is what is proposed on water and wastewater projects. The expenditure plans, which are broken down by expenditure eligibility categories, which is what was put forth by the Treasury and is a big accountability piece. The expenditure plans are broken out and attached as separate exhibits C1 through C10. And that is where all the details of the water projects are included. And that is the format set out throughout sections 3 through 8, which is each of your expenditure plan categories. A couple of general things are that there's really 2 types of expenditure plans. One type of expenditure plan is supported by the identification of specific projects, and they're all listed in your exhibits. That's one type of legislation and our expenditure plan. And then there is another type of expenditure plan where the projects are identified by, will be identified by formula, application need-based, for example, bathroom addition. There are formulas and applications and criteria for those, and those criteria are, one, either included in the legislation as part of the exhibit, or they are, in other instances, when that criteria was not fully developed, then the next step is to go back to the oversight committee to get that criteria approved. That happens, I think, in 2 places. And each of the expenditure plans includes two mentions on each of them. One of them is the entity that has administrative oversight. So, for example, let's go the water. The first discrete expenditure plan for water is, and I'm on page 6, is $38,300,000 to the Department of Water Resources for drinking water transmission and distribution projects. I am reading section 3B1 on page 6. So I'm going to start over. $38,300,000 to the Department of Water Resources for drinking water transmission and distribution projects. That then identifies expenditure eligibility category 5.11, and that is all the details of that expenditure plan are included in Exhibit C1, and administrative oversight is assigned to the Division of Natural Resources, and legislative oversight to the Resources and Development Committee. Administrative oversight is just the higher level program, usually division directors, who will monitor the spending in the projects. So that's a double check on accountability there. And then, of course, the legislative oversight is your committee oversight. I'm now going to, I'm not going to go through, as I said, each of the expenditure plan categories. That will take place in the presentation following me when they get into the details of what's in the expenditure plans. But I do want to move on to section 9, which is on page 13, starts on page 13. And that has to do with the administration of the expenditure plans. And this section is really key to getting these projects funded and completed, and for the accountability of the funds. A couple of, one of the goals, as I said, I work with the Department of Justice, with the FRF office, with others from the executive branch, Dr. Yellowman, Paulson Chaco. The goal and what we tried to do was incorporate learning from the CARES funds, incorporate and address which were some of the hiccups that may have delayed moving the money or getting the projects completed, and so that was the goal. And one thing and once again, because I know people are very interested in getting to the meat of the expenditure plans, I'm just going to pick out what are some highlights of the administration. One thing that, somewhat of a consistent reminder is that under the federal regulations, the federal statute, etc., the costs FRF costs have to be incurred by December 31st of 2024, and projects completed and the dollars fully spent by December 31st of 2026. One of the items that we did include in here, and that is Section 9B, the last half of that paragraph on page 13, states that if the FRF funds are not obligated by the end of the third quarter of 2024, then they are subject to reversion to the FRF and can be reallocated to other expenditure plans by the Navajo Nation Council. It needs a resolution. That reversion and reallocation, it's not automatic. So I wanted to point that out. As you're all aware, that automatic reversion of the CARES Fund did create some hiccups in that delayed some projects' completion. So we want to make sure that that doesn't repeat. Then now I'm going to move on to paragraph D, and actually it's going to be D and E, starting on page 13. That has to do with the release of the funds to the various entities to start the projects. As far as release to the Navajo Nation government entities, such as its departments, its divisions, its programs, if they are getting funding, for example, the Department of Water Resources, that funding will be available to them as soon as they have had their detailed budgets administratively approved through the administratively reproved and entered into the FMIS system, which is the financial management. I always forget what the I means, but it's financial management information system. That's the nation's big financial management tool. So as soon as programs, departments get their detailed budgets, get them administratively through the process, they get entered into the FMIS system, that funding will be available. If you are, as far as external entities, and now I've moved to paragraph E, and this is an entity that is external to the Navajo Nation Central government. So paragraph E started at the bottom of page 13, goes on to the top of page 14. So if a funding recipient is an entity that's external to the Navajo Nation government, central government, so that's the LGA certified chapters, that's the enterprises, the authorities, etc. Their funds will be released pursuant to a fund distribution schedule that is agreed upon and included in a grant agreement, a subrecipient agreement, or similar agreement that has been, the DOJ has said is legally sufficient and is agreed to by both parties. So that is when their funds will be released. So now I'm moving down page 14 I'm on section, paragraph G, and this really talks about changing expenditure plans. That's after they have been adopted by council. And any increase in funding for an expenditure plan, that has to start that increase has to be approved by council through legislation and then also approved across the street by OPVP. Such, if there is a proposed change to an expenditure plan, those proposals need to be run through DOJ for their initial eligibility review, and DOJ can correct if I'm wrong, but I believe they will be using the same type of form system they used for the initial reviews. Also, if a modification to a expenditure plan changes the purpose or intent of the projects or changes the scope of work of the expenditure plan, that will need also to have council approval. That is also included in paragraph G on page 14. Okay, now I've moved to page 15, and if you will look at paragraph H, and this is where after the funds have been awarded for an expenditure plan, if there are cost savings. If there are cost savings within an expenditure plan, those funds can be moved administratively. So that means without coming back to the council or committee, they can be moved administratively and used towards another project in the same expenditure plan. Okay, so you can move within the projects within an approved expenditure plan. However, what you cannot do, you cannot move funds between expenditure plans. To do that, you need a council resolution to move between expenditure plans. If, however, and this one is set out in page 15, one second.
Hold on, Ms. Barbara.
So,
Question of privilege?
yes, I'm so sorry, Speaker. I just have a question of clarification. On page 15, H is what I'm assuming that you're reading from Dana regarding the cost savings. So just for clarification, if let's say NTUA has funds, they can move it among the projects. But if NTUA wanted to give to, let's say, Water Resources Jason Johns, they can't do that, right? Is that what you're saying? Thank you.
Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad you asked that question. I'm going to try to clarify this. So, if one of NTUA's, NTUA has a number of individual expenditure plans for different categories. Okay, so let's say I'm going to go back real quickly. You don't need to go with me. I just want to find something. Okay, so NTUA is one of the expenditure plans for NTUA is for centralized wastewater treatment projects. That's at the bottom of page 6. It's actually Exhibit C4. That plan is for expenditure eligibility category 5.1. Okay, so in TUA, if they have cost savings within their centralized wastewater treatment projects within that, they can move that savings among projects in that expenditure plan, okay? They cannot move those dollars out of the expenditure plan without getting more approval through council. So, okay. And then also, let me point out, NTUA, as I said, and I don't mean to pick on NTUA, but that's where we're at. NTUA has a water expenditure plan that's for, that I just talked about. That's for centralized wastewater treatment projects. That's eligibility expenditure category 5.1. That's exhibit C4. But NTUA also has funding for an expenditure plan for centralized wastewater collection and conveyance projects. That is expenditure eligibility category 5.2, okay? And that is exhibit C5. So as the legislation is drafted right now, NTUA cannot move cost savings from its eligibility category 5.1 expenditure plan. They cannot move that to their expenditure plan that has eligibility category 5.2. So they can't move it between expenditure plans. They will need to go back without, excuse me, let me clarify that, without going back and getting council or committee approval. Can always move it if you get the right approval. But for accountability purposes, we need, that approval is necessary. Also, let's see, if, however, one thing that I do want to point out is if there is a cost savings in a particular expenditure plan, a project, a new project with the same eligibility category could be added by, if you get approval of the oversight committee. So keep in mind what I'm saying. You have an expenditure plan, I'll use an example. Expenditure plan that has eligibility category 5.11. They have got all their projects completed, but they still have dollars left over. Two things could happen with those leftover dollars. One, those leftover dollars would revert back as unspent, unused funds back to the FRS. However, if there is an additional project that has the same eligibility category, so it's also a 5.11 project, if it gets verification by DOJ that that project meets all the eligibility criteria, it's gotten through DOJ's eligibility determination, that new project could be added to the expenditure plan by oversight committee. Okay, that's just a way to move things quicker. There are some, as laid out in the legislation, there are, of course, some underlying steps that has to take place, but it can happen. Okay. One thing that I do want to point out that's included in this, additionally in the findings section, is that, and I'm looking at page 15, paragraph L. One of the things that we learned is that, if you will recall, refresh your memories, but back in CJY 4121, there was a section that indicated that all FRF funds would follow emergency procurement processes. They were all eligible. And so there was some adjustments, some amendments done for FRF funds to be able to use even an expedited emergency process, or call them as emergency procurements, excuse me. And indications are that that has actually been very helpful in moving the already allocated FRF funds and such.
Point of privilege. This is Delegate Mark Daniel, Mr. Chair.
Hold on, Ms. Barbroff. Honorable Daniels, your point of privilege.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I can hear you now, but I'm not hearing anything on my end. I've been on the line for 1 hour and 4 minutes now.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yes, I can barely hear Ms. Barbara.
Is there any way you can turn the mic up on that side? Try that one, Dana.
Good morning, Delegate Daniels. Okay. Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Honorable Daniels, can you hear me?
Testing. Testing.
Test. Honorable Daniels, can you hear me? Can you hear me? You can hear me, right?
Mr. Chair, yes.
Okay, we're gonna try with Ms. Barbroff again. Let us know.
Good morning, Delegate Daniels. This is Dana. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. That's much better. Thank you.
Great. Good morning. So after that short break, I'll go back to where I was prior, and I was on page 15 of the legislation, specifically at paragraph L, and that's speaking about the use of the Navajo Nation's emergency procurement provisions, which we set forth in, which are set forth in CJY 4121. If the legislation is approved as drafted, the emergency procurement provisions will be extended to all ARPA funds and all FRF funds, and that would include the funds, I think the majority of funds that were discussed yesterday. The goal is to, of course, try to move these funds as quickly as possible. The next section just that I want to talk about is just is section 10, and that speaks to the fact that and we're talking page 16 paragraph B, actually section 10, that's speaking about the hardship assistance fund, CJY 4121, as you will recall, limited those to 10% of the total of the FRF funding that the nation received. And so that was 207 million, and that cap is in place until the second quarter, actually till the end of the second quarter of 2024, and then unallocated or unexpended in FRF funds can be allocated for additional direct financial assistance. Also, I think, oh, and also paragraph B on page 16 extends that ability to reallocate to hardship assistance. That also is applicable under paragraph B to unallocated funds. And that means FRF funds that haven't been allocated anywhere. Your next sections are section 11, which is reporting. There's section 11 starts on page 16, goes into page 17, and there's two types of reporting that's incorporated in here. Section A deals with the reporting on the expenditure plans and what is necessary for the nation to report appropriately to the federal government and to Treasury. The Office of the Controller is responsible for compiling and providing those financial reports to the U.S. Treasury. I have to emphasize, and it's come up, if you are receiving funding, you have to assist the controller by getting the appropriate reports in timely. Also, one thing that we included is that you need to save your records for at least 7 years. That's a legal requirement, so make sure that's done. The other types of reporting, those are in paragraphs C and B and C, and that is reporting back to the oversight committees, and those reports should be done every quarter, and they will involve both the entity receiving the funding recipient, as well as their administrative oversight. That will go back to the specific oversight committees. And then also at the end of each quarter, the executive director, Mr. Tom Platera, will as director of the NNFRF office, he will be doing a comprehensive report to Budget and Finance Committee and then to the Naabik'íyáti Committee at the end of each quarter. Section 12, sections 12 through 14 are basically a standard clause. One is the effective date. That's section 12. The legislation to become effective when actually it's in legalese, but approved by council and by 2/3 votes of council, and then over to the president. Amendments to the legislation will also require a 2/3 vote of the majority of council. And then finally, the last clause is directive, and that is directive is specifically to everyone, but with an emphasis on programs that are receiving funds or involved, and that should be to prioritize the implementation and completion of the projects and services included, funded by an NFRF. Yeah, I hope that wasn't too quick, but now I will first turn it over to Mel and Kristen if they would like to add anything.
Thank you, Ms. Bombroff. Good morning, Speaker, Mr. President, Chiefs of Staff, honorable delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker, did you want me to talk about the expenditure plans? No. Okay. In that case, I don't have anything to add at this time. Thank you, but I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mel. With that, Ms. Barbara concludes the presentation. Colleagues, is there any comments or questions at this time? Mr. Smith. And Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, Honorable Eugene So.
Good morning, Speaker, Navajo Nation President, good morning. Navajo Nation Council, good morning. DOJ, good morning. And division directors and executive directors and those that are here with us this morning, Washington office, Santee Lewis, Yatapen. And thank you, Dana, for walking us through each section. Yesterday, I was doing my homework, and you kind of helped enlighten my homework on the sections that I was looking at, and I was putting down notes that you had added to it. The question I have is under page 14. You talked about the distribution of funds, and line 5 says in a fully executed grant. So it sounds like you're granting the money to the outside external central government. When you say a grant, they don't have to pay back. And I'm looking at what has happened with CARES. CARES funding, we had provided a grant, I guess you could say. And one of the companies that are external entity, or I don't know how to say it. Yeah, external entities. They're not paying back. And Office Controller knows that. She's next door. And I keep asking, why haven't they paid back? So that puts us in a bind. How do we ensure that this is not considered a grant to them? That could be the factor of why they're saying, we don't have to pay back. This is a grant. In other words, don't want to go into that same scenario with the external entities having that loophole. That's my question, Speaker. Make it short, sweet, clear, and simple. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith. With that, let me go on down. Madam Chair, Amber Cardi.
Good morning, President and Vice President was here, Speaker, my colleagues and all of us here at the room and listening online. They are having challenges hearing us speak. So the request is if you could put your mic closer to your mouth, which is strange because we're also not trying to put equipment close to our mouth. So Speaker, I would say this may not be the best venue to use for future discussions. If we could find an area maybe in Window Rock with the type of audio or IT support that we would need. Thank you. And I appreciate all of our chapter officials and staff who are on the line and learning more about what is going to be proposed in this legislation. So on page 3 of 18, line 12, the federal act, the number one concern was response to the COVID-19 public health emergency. And if I could ask Ms. Barbroff, in the drafting of this legislation, where do we identify that public health emergency? And what is that embedded in as we move forward with these expenditure plans? I also had a question and seeing that on page 2 of 18, this federal law was put in place in March of this year, and now we're in December. So 9 months later, we're at the point to start allocating these dollars. And if this funding was to address the COVID-19 emergency, we've lost 9 months of that prevention work. And now knowing that hospitals in Northern Agency, our ICU units are full. There's no beds in New Mexico, and our relatives are being shipped to south of Texas and north of Colorado. And so when it comes to this legislation, is then in the drafting, my expectation is that we would look at the immediate need to combat and look at COVID-19. In reading the non-Navajo fiscal relief funds from yesterday, an IHS approach, they still need more help. They need oxygen, companies, they need home medical companies, they need long-term care for our relatives, and everybody who's experiencing these post-COVID, and that impacts their livelihood, it impacts their economic future. And so I'm trying to find in this legislation where that language addresses those issues. On page 5 of 18, starting at line 12, it does state that there was a presentation to each of the 5 agencies. And in that presentation, as delegates, I was on the line for Northern, and I was promised to receive a breakdown of what chapter projects were embedded in either, if someone, I'm not sure how these 3 legislations were proposed. I have yet to receive that information. And so when the legislation says on line 16, has met with the Navajo Nation's chapters individually and collectively, while they've met, I could say for my 7 chapters, we still do not know exactly where our projects are in the legislation. And I'm reviewing the Department of Community Development page, and it does have a breakdown of what my chapters submitted, but not a breakdown on what is then being put into this legislation. And what I want to then say too on page 5 of 18, line 25, that it states it is the best interest of the Navajo people and Navajo communities to first enact a comprehensive Navajo Nation fiscal recovery plan, expenditure plan for water, wastewater, broadband, home electricity, housing, renovations, bathroom additions, and hardship. I would say, because this is legislative language, where is the response, the immediate response to COVID? We're still delivering food. CHRs are still asking our chapters what surplus PEP supplies do they have? And when we have outbreaks in our communities, how are we providing those services? So I'm going to ask Ms. Barbara, when I'm identifying these areas, I'm going to ask for amendment language. That's why I'm identifying them. I don't think it's up so much in terms of a debate, but I would need to see how then, what has been the response in those wraparound services for our family members first who have lost a loved one, and then who are long-termers, and how that's happening. Because now we have children who are being flown out. I don't think I could say how many children, but at least for my area, I know how many. And it's too many. And so what are we doing for those children as they're experiencing being incubated or being sent out because of their COVID? And so I wanted to say, in this legislation as sponsor, where is the opportunity to add additional response to COVID? And I would want to then make that recommendation on page 6 of 18, on line 12, that we move down all of these areas to put in a paragraph that will be the direct response to COVID. So knowing what IHS received through the Department of Health, but now understanding what we can provide in terms of direct relief to the families who are still battling, and as this other variant is coming along. I also, in terms of this legislation, and we spoke briefly on when it comes to the wastewater and the projects that are allocated, not all of the water projects were submitted for consideration to DOJ for eligibility because there was a formula developed, not within any legislation that council developed, but an internal formula of how much money goes to each area. And so I say for to now know that some of our water projects were not, they will be now sent to DOJ, but some of our water projects were not sent to DOJ because there was a reduction of how much water projects we could use. And Speaker, we spoke earlier, and that's my concern when we come to the water listings, because we would have to know, and there should be an effort to see how many of those water projects can get through the process and be eligible for the delegates who are pushing their water projects. So we would, I would need help in terms of how are we going to then amend? I'm not sure if that's going to be considered Exhibit C1 on line 15 of 6 of 18, but we would want to include water projects, because if you look at this, I don't want to get too much into legislation, but the Naabik'íyáti project is on the same line as all of these other Navajo Gallup pipeline projects. So to pluck one out and not to include the rest is there's something internally that's being of concern on how these projects are being submitted to council. And I think we'll have a lot of the last maybe area that I would need for an amendment, Ms. Barbara, is on page 13 of 18 on line 2. The administrative oversight of hardship is the Office of the Controller. And we do have an acting controller. This council needs to push for a permanent controller because there's gray area on who the acting controller serves. Permanent controller serves at the pleasure of the council. There's no language on acting controller status. And as we move forward, it should go to the Office of the Controller has the administrative oversight, and the legislative oversight will be budget and finance. So those were my suggestions and questions in terms of letting our legislative council body and folks who are listening and here online on how areas of concern, which include page 17 of 18, when we come to the reporting, I just think it should be more than just the fiscal year, because we've already used 2021, so we're thinking 22, 23, 24, and just a report at the end of the fiscal year should be reconsidered by committees. If you could give me information if this is just to require an annual report, but I wouldn't want this language to deter or language be used by the office to say that they don't have to report to the committee. So I would want language that makes it flexible when the committee requests a report or an update, that they're given that information, considering what Vice Chair Smith shared, that we had former subrecipients who did not return Navajo Nation money. And I think the council should be updated on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Naabik'íyáti. With that, let me go on down to Honorable Eugene. So colleagues, As Madam Chair Naabik'íyáti indicated, she doesn't want to get too further into the legislation itself. What we're talking about is just the legislation, that presentation that Ms. Barbara is talking about. Once this is completed, if there's questions specifically about the expenditure plans, we haven't gotten to that yet. Those are the next questions. Those are the next presentations that will be coming forth. So Honorable Eugene So, and then Honorable Elmer Begay. Then I'll go back to Ms. Barbara for a response.
So, Michelle, thanks. I reckon we're here pursuant to the 2 Navajo Nation Code subsection 164A and 9. Hoping Michelle, thanks for welcoming me here the second day. And I thank also the President and the Vice President, his staff, for their proposed legislation. And colleagues, I don't extend out into the throughout the Navajo Nation and else. You have a question, or it might not be a question, in regards to my knowledge in a law issue. Those concentrating on their laptop and their phone, I appreciate your concerns to this the legislation. The submission of the Navajo Nation Certified Chapters proposed projects. I think it might be in the title 26. I believe there was a condition of appropriation in that regards. My question is, would that be also included in the section 2, page 2 of 18 findings? That section. So our certified chapter, whatever they're requesting with their projects, has a amount of funds that they're asking for and what projects they're pursuing. There should be part of the findings. There's a lot of alphabet in the section 2 findings. I don't know if I missed it somewhere. That's my first question, but I'll have my other second question and third and fourth and fifth later on through the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So with that, let me go down. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Good morning, Chair Wade, Speaker. Thanks for the reading of the legislation, Ms. Barbara. Thank you for that. The members of the Navajo Nation Council, and then also all the staff that are here, and enterprises that are here. Then people that are on the line. I have a question, and it goes down to the broadband, which will be under the approval, section 4 under page 8, approval of broadband projects. It states on there that that the broadband project expenditure plan for this fiscal recovery fund, there's going to be $208 million. And for the first one, it's $13 $31 million going to NTIA for broadband for the last mile. And the last mile means that it'll be provided to homes. And we want to know how many homes is there going to be that's going to be connected. I think we need some details, information here. If whoever made this proposal or projects based on what, how many homes is there going to be connected? Maybe through agency, maybe through chapters. I think we need to know that. And then the second one is $6 to $8 million to NTA. That's the middle miles. Can you show us a map where the middle miles is going to go? And the middle miles is just, it's not going to be connecting to any homes. And then on number 3 says $25 million to NTA. And that's the last mile again. And it says on there that the oversight is going to be RDC and Health, Education, and Human Service Committee. I want to know where our Department of Telecommunication Regulatory is part of this. Are they going to be overseen, or are they going to be monitored, or why do we have a regulatory department? And we have a telecommunication commissioners, and we have a cyber team, which is not even part of this. That's my question, because right now, we always say that when my chapters were doing this broadband, the question that we got from the Navajo Nation and then from NTA was that who's going to be your provider? And it doesn't say anything about who's going to be provider. So is NTA is going to be constructing this, and then they're going to be, or NTAW is going to be constructing, and then are they going to still be the providers to us? I wanted to know more about it. And then also, Ms. Barbara, and then DOJ, where in the Navajo Nation law does it say that we have that Navajo Nation Utility Authority has to be the only entity to provide all this water line, broadband, and wastewater and all that? Where does it say in the law? I just wanted to know. I'm not picking on NTA, but this is what I get from the community. So why do we have to do that? When this is going to be a grant, almost like a grant, and then at the end of the day, the people will be paying for the services again. They want to know why. That's the reason they're saying that you're going to be constructing that, and then at the same time, you're going to be a provider, service providers, paying for that again. That's a question that I want to get to the DOJ. Our people, my people, today, how my sister Claudia brought it up. It's been 9 months now. I lost some people again, and here we're still here, trying to resolve and trying to put this into a legislation we're talking about. So that's my biggest concern. And also, Ms. Barbara, and then also DOJ, it mentioned it in here that you consulted with the people. If it's going to be a record, if this is going to be a record forever, we want to know who those people are. I want to know by agency whose name were there that listened to this. Because I feel like I wasn't, my people I want to know who my people were there, who were being consulted with this, the way this legislation is being drafted. So that's my question, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Brigade. With that, I'm going to turn it over back to Ms. Barbara, and then hopefully we can get into the expenditure plans after that. Colleagues, we do have this room until 4 this afternoon, so hopefully we can get through it. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you. And please let me know if I leave out anybody's questions. I will try to go to this relatively quickly. We'll start with Vice Chairman. Question. All right, and to summarize, Delegate, Vice Chair Smith was asking and based on the CARES Fund, wherein funds were provided to a non-government entity under a grant agreement. I believe it was under a grant agreement. It might have been under a sub-recipient agreement, but it was under an agreement. Apparently, there's some issues with the funds. Without going in detail, if the final step in recouping funds, which is supported by the agreement, is legal action, but it's nothing that the nation jumps to quickly. So I believe that they are attempting to work that out in a different fashion. But that is the really important with the agreements, is to make sure that the other entity understands their responsibility and that they are making a legal commitment. So hopefully we will, that will be able to be worked through. That might be a confidential discussion, get into details. Certainly, I'm going to move on next to Delegate Crotty's discussion matters. Unless I've missed something, I think that what Delegate Crotty was indicating, that these are things that she wants to look into amendments, and so we'll be working with her closely to look to see what we can do on that. As Delegate Eugene, so question is about chapter projects and where they are included here. It is my understanding that the allocations to the chapters are to be done in a separate legislation, separate expenditure plan. We're working to put together the structures and the parameters on that now. And hopefully that will follow relatively quickly. So a lot of the information, Delegate, so that you were requesting, that would go into that legislation, which deals specifically with the chapter projects. And Delegate Elmer Begay, most of your questions has to do with the details of the expenditure plans. So I'm going to defer that to the next presentation because I will just muddy some water there. Let's let the experts talk about that. As far as why the Division of General Services is included as administrative oversight and not the Division of, or the Department of Information Technology, or the telecommunications, I can't think of, Navajo Telecommunications and Information Technology. Anyway, they are within the division of, that office or department is within the Division of General Services, so they're incorporated. And the regulatory, as far as the Navajo Nation Telecommunications regulatory, that's a regulatory, that commission is a regulatory body. So we attempt not to give them funds or administrative oversight. Thank you, Speaker. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. Any other further questions? Chairman Yazzie, and then Madam Chair Charles Newton, then Honorable Freeland.
Yes, Speaker, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay. All right. Send my greetings to everyone that is there and then everyone that's listening. Appreciate the report that was given on by Ms. Barbara. Just a couple of points I want to bring up. Okay. I really liked what Ms. Crotty had brought up. Unfortunately, we are still in this COVID issues. It's going to be years before we actually hopefully get over it. And so I'm hearing too as well that our patients are being flown to Nevada, and just what was stated earlier, the hardship and just the hurtness of what's going on. And I know it's costing family members a lot of money just to be with their loved ones. But we'll continue in our prayers. My points that I want to bring up to the legislation, we have experienced the CARES Act funds. We've done a lot of legislations, and I know Ms. Barba is very, very busy, but we need some guidance in that legislation that we passed earlier about, we were working with NTUA on water hookups. And the stumbling block was IHS in Virginia was the holdup. And the council did a legislation to ask IHS to move on this so NTUA can come in and get the water to these homes ASAP. I drive by homes that are still not hooked up to water, and this is the holdup. That legislation passed, and I appreciate the council's support on this. I was wondering, how can we stir this back up again to start having NTUA get water to these homes and electric? And I would like to have Sacred Wind and NTUA work together on the cell issues that we got going on, the cell towers, the cell phone services. And so anyhow, I wanted to share that point. My last point would be the housing. I was listening yesterday afternoon about the housing issues that the executive department was talking about. My colleagues, and maybe if Ms. Barba, if we can do a legislation, rather than having the TDHE go back to the tribe. I mean, we got millions of dollars for homes now, but there's still going to be hookups again. But this is one reason why we would like to see, if the TDHE can go back to the nation. But then again, there's going to be, a fallback on that. But if there is some kind of wording, Ms. Barbara, on this IHS legislation, and then the housing, where it could make it easy for Ms. Yellerman Dr. Yellerman and her department to help on the housing issues when we hear this main legislation out. So those items I wanted to bring, Ms. Barbara, and I hope your attorneys are listening, just to kind of help, to get the process going. And, just a little report on IHS in the Gallup area. Studies are still being done at the Rehoboth site. They're all 80% complete, and what we were told that it is looking really well, really good. And I'm just hoping that, based on what is still going on, that the council again passed this legislation to have the hospital set up at Rehoboth to get things moving along. And I'm just hoping that President Nez and Vice President Leiser, look at this, and I know they understand that we're still in a dilemma, so we can get construction going on this for IHS, there at the Rehoboth site per the Navajo Nation Council. In the meantime, like I said, we'll just continue to pray, and I appreciate this work session. Those are my points I wanted to bring up, and I'll go ahead and go back on mute. Speaker, members of the council, everyone that's listening, and to our staff as well. Thank you.
For that question, with that, Madam Chair, Charles Lewin, floor is yours.
Speaker Damon, thank you. And good morning, everyone who is here and everyone who's listening online. Speaker, in terms of the legislation, I too was reviewing it last night, and I have a lot of questions, but I kind of want to limit it right now to a few questions at this point. And I think as we get into the expenditure plan, I'll start having a little bit more issues that I want to raise. Number one is, I think Shadeja, Delegate Crotty pointed out that on page 5, when we're using the term, that the people, I have a problem with that, Speaker. Under in on page 5 of 18, it's saying that the 5 agency council meetings were conducted to hear from the Navajo people. I've never gone to an agency council meeting where the people have been allowed to speak. Usually it's just the chapter officials who are conducting business on behalf of that agency. So I think we need to remove that part to say or to reflect that it's not the Navajo people, it was the elected officials for the chapter. And the reason for that, Speaker, is because this document is going to be in the books forever. And I just want to make clarification that the people have not been consulted on this ARPA money. In addition to that, paragraph O, it states that there was 26 Naabik'íyáti committee work sessions that were open to the public to hear from the Navajo people. I don't remember any Nabi meeting where we allowed people to come forward to talk to us about how this funding should be spent. If anything, as elected officials, we were the ones who have been saying that this is how the money should be spent. So I think in terms of this document reflecting properly what has been going on through this time, it needs to be made clear that it's the elected officials who are making these decisions. And Speaker, just for also more justification, our chapter houses are still closed. And many of our elderly cannot get onto these teleconference calls because they don't know how. And many of them, are not on social media. So even listening in, many of our elderly people are wanting to talk about this money, but we have not made an effort to meet with them. And so I think that Shadeja pointed out that it's been 9 months now, that from March to this month of December, that we're finally discussing this legislation. And I can honestly say, without the chapter meetings, without people coming forward and gathering, we cannot honestly say that we're listening to the people. And in fact, I did post that on my Facebook page asking people if they were informed about the chapter budget, because I'm learning that a lot of our people are not told about the chapter budget and how much influence they have on the chapter budget. And then they were not consulted when it came to the ARPA money, when it came to, their chapters fulfilling that, I guess maybe that responsibility. It is also our responsibility as well. But I think in terms of that language, I'd like to see a change and say that, not to reflect that the people have been consulted on that. I think that is a easy change. I also want to learn a little bit more about DOJ's formula. And specifically, I want to know who authorized DOJ to come up with this formula. because I think you guys are stepping outside of your responsibility. If you developed a formula, we need to know what that formula is. And if anything, maybe I'm wrong, it should have gone through council approval, because this formula impacts our communities and it impacts our people. So to hear now that there was a formula that was devised, I don't agree with that, Speaker. And I believe that that Delegate Crotty had talked about that, that DOJ did a formula in terms of the water projects. So if we can get a little bit more information about how were these projects selected? How did we, I don't, as a delegate, Speaker, you never contacted me to say, hey, I'm drafting this legislation. You know, are there water projects that need to happen in Shiprock that you want included in this legislation? Perhaps I'm the only delegate that didn't get that phone call, but I think in all honesty, I want to know how these projects were selected. And I'm not saying that I disagree with them. I was just going through them. I just want to know how they were selected. How did you make the determination that these are the projects that are going to receive funding? Was it completely NTUA that gave you the list and said, these are the projects that are ready to go? Or was it the chapters that said, these are the water projects that are ready to go? Or was it just, you know, who made that selection for some of these projects? That's what I want to know. And then the last one that I'm realistically, you know, I'm having a problem with the page 16 of 18 in terms of the hardship. It does state, and I understand that council did approve CJY-41-21 by putting that 10% cap on hardship. And it states, after the second quarter of 2024, unallocated or unexpended NNFRF funds can be allocated for direct financial assistance. And we just got information through this presentation that December 31st, 2024, the funds have to be incurred. And we've learned with CARES that incurred means, you know, basically it has to be obligated in some way. And with CARES, we ran into the problem of divisions and departments coming forward saying, whoa, 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 we're still trying to spend our money. We're in this process of negotiating a contract. So 10 million shouldn't be counted towards the unallocated or the, you know, the unexpended, because we're still in the process. So I think in actuality, what we need to tell the people is that right now, the way that this legislation is written, they're set to receive around $600. However, it won't be until 2026 that we'll have an idea of the funds that are not spent that can then go out to the people. And I think just being honest and letting them know that this is what we're talking about today in terms of hardship, you know, that to me makes better sense than saying unallocated or unexpended, because it has to be fully spent. This money has to be fully spent by December 31st, 2026. And I don't know, delegates who are in here, I don't know if my community of Shiprock is the only community that are facing hardship. I know that I get people who are contacting me, you know, asking me if there's any money that will help with groceries, or money that will help with burial assistance, or money that will help with rent, you know, gas to go to work. So on behalf of the Shiprock community, and then all of our relatives that are related to somebody from Shiprock, I will say that, you know, I think that in terms of the hardship, we need to be very clear that the people are going to receive the $600, around $600 for hardship, but they have to wait until 2026 to get the remaining fund. And I see heads say no, but again, with CARES, we had a lot of divisions and departments. When it came time when we asked them on October 31st, I remember Delegate Hanyo, Chair Hanyo of Budget and Finance, They put the proposal forward to say it's October 31st. This was the deadline set for programs and divisions. And what happened at council? We started pulling out saying, no, this division and department needs that extra money. No, this division and department needs that extra money. So as a result of that, the hardship got pushed back one more month, which meant the people had to wait one more month because our divisions and departments were reaching out to delegates saying we need more time to spend that money. And I predict that that same thing is going to happen because per the law, per what we are looking at today, per the federal legislation dealing with ARPA money, December 31st, 2026 is the date where these funds have to be fully spent. So I think that we are going to run into those situations where divisions and departments are going to be coming forward to council saying we need a little bit more time because we're in the process of this contract going through and it's OOC's fault because the contract's not going through, or it's the 164B process where the contract is not going through. All I'm saying, Speaker, is that we need to be honest with the people in terms of the hardship because our people are suffering now and they need some type of relief. So if we can have that reflected in the legislation, or if we could put a dead solid date saying that regardless of whether you have a contract still in the hopper, if it's not executed by this date, then you're just out of luck. So those are the issues that I want to point out at this time, Speaker. And again, I know that once we get into the actual expenditure plans, we'll have a little bit more of a discussion. This is just in terms of the language of the actual legislation that I'm bringing issue to. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first question, I think Ms. Barbara will answer, but the second one about the way the projects were formatted or they're chosen, that'll be answered in the presentation from the expenditure plan. And the hardship, well, Madam Controller is here to explain the hardship program and the way that they process through the idea of the $600 to every single Navajo. So that will be explained in the hardship presentation coming forward. There's a lot of questions about the expenditure plan, and the sooner we get to that, I think the quicker you'll have more answers moving forward. So, colleagues, again, it's almost 11. We have this room till 4, and there's 5, 6 items that we had to discuss: water, broadband, housing connection, housing, bathroom additions, and then finally the hardship assistance. That's the big thing that's going to explain in the expenditure plan. That's right now we're just talking about the way the legislation was drafted, but I thank colleagues for bringing up these notions that these are possible amendments that we could to change in the legislation. And that's the whole reason why we're having this work session, is because I want to hear from you all, making sure that we have this information. Colleagues, Honorable Brown, you're up. I have Honorable Brown, and then Honorable Freeland, and then Honorable Eugene. So again, colleagues, again, colleagues, be mindful that we're not talking about the expenditures yet, and we'd really like to get to that today so that we can go ahead and listen to what the expenditure plans are, and that's the whole story that we need to really explain to you all and to the public as indicated. We need to get that information out on what this legislation is actually doing and where these dollars will be going. But we haven't heard that yet, and we need to get to that information. So that, without further ado, Honorable Brown, floor is yours.
Ayate, Chair of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Ado Beshmas Anchanant the Nebenal Teknit Linigi, Ado Shik Edoshit Nequegi, Nahasit Hani, Elche Nahasit Hado Quegi, Naabik'íyáti, Johnny, Ado Hidden Ned, Asanot Agi, Yat Equegi Hanaut, and Jonago. ado kwegi didi peso yahanite henini bikiyate akoho di kwegi page 3 of 18 nish asado naki under G 2 and 3 Tadad tadide bin desh nation song dila khalait nikitaleen kas twin gizani taho sato zete inigi kwegi pandemic no hashine lang kaije hashine lang asahi dat ado saeya nikita beketa hastin asahi dat to our medicine men and women we have lost a lot of our knowledge holders and our healers, our hatathis, during the pandemic while helping our people. I know where I live, and especially when we were first hit in Chilchimbito at the Kayenta IHS, we were in panic mode. I know when the nation was locked down, I had medicine people call me, thinking, praying, meditating, thinking about the whole Navajo nation and all our people. But the hajopai da no kwegi so the zenedel kuda ika. Digi bansis keshan and ano linigi. Di kwegi hashin de bit dot so. If we can put I will work on a language speaker. What I'm hearing from our people, from our medicine people, is nihisha. They're saying that this is our money also. We do have a lot of consultants that are reaching out to Navajo Nation. Some of them are sitting here with us. I want to express my gratitude to them. As we're sitting here, they're doing protection prayers for us, for our mental well-being, for our staff, for all our people. I'll work on a language speaker and Chinanta Nohlinigi. I do agree with a lot of these plans where it's needed. Akoho dide hastuido sani asahetat. And again, I just want to mention that we are heartbroken over the medicine people. It's not that they learn overnight. It's a lifelong commitment that they give for Nakamano Hosa, for Nakaalchene, Dohatabedichinigi, Digi, Hala the Nenit. We are Nohokat, the end the we're Nabiho. Dohada Dai Kata, the Nabiho Besot. The Engage Ahanda has Ani Hawana Maza has Ani Elha Ibeni na Quedo Beast Sotan so. Halate asahitat ngets hatkitat ngets hatat. So speaker, I'm gonna work on a language. I'm texting Dr. Jill Jim, and I've talked to our staff here. So I'll look for Miss Barbara. I'll speak with you on where we can get maybe about $5 to $10 million for our hatathis. I think we can look at this legislation. So adigi kwegi bidot so. And I think that I know that we reached out to some of them. The idea in this is the protection prayers at the Zaligi Ado Dahadigino Ado Chiledal Ebich Chodail on Kodi Kahbenina Kodosat Kwegich and Hasita Koho. Speaker, I will be working, and I just want the 24th Navajo Nation Council out of the office of the president and vice president. And I'm going to ask for the president's and vice president's help. Maybe it's not just Hatathis, maybe it's the other faith-based who also have been working diligently, bringing donations. Ako AD gida kut bidot so hanso. Ike hanso dole.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown. With that, we go to Honorable Freeland.
Test. Okay, here we go. All right, Speaker. Good morning, Shanta, colleagues and staff, and President, Vice President, Chief of Staff, and Division Directors. Good morning. Just in regards to the legislation as well, just a general comment, a couple of general comments, Shanta. In regards to the potential expenditure plans or the sections, excuse me, Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, and Section 7. I've mentioned this before, Shanta, as far as how are we going to deal with home site leases and right-of-ways? Do we have to include language in this legislation that will address that as well? Do we include language to incorporate that we will be working with all families and homes, regardless of home site lease or not? And then the right-of-way situation. The right-of-way situation is going to be a little bit more challenging. Of course, on the trust side, it's going to be we will be able to work that. But we had this discussion with RDC, as well as how do we deal with Eastern Agency in particular, and how are we going to address the need of Eastern Agency? We are already at a disadvantage. We are already at a disadvantage because of the land status. And how are we going to deal with that? Remember, Eastern Agency counts as much as the 4 other agencies does as well. And we're already at a disadvantage because of that land status. How are we going to deal with that land status situation as well? So if there's a way we can incorporate language that will address the right-of-way, the home site leases, and then of course the allotments or the Eastern Agency situation, those 3 components that will address Section 3, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6, and Section 7, I think it would be very beneficial to the legislation itself and how are we going to get these potential projects done. I have 8 chapters. And there's 31 other chapters. My other colleagues that are from Eastern Navajo can agree with me on this. The 31 chapters, of course, encompass Eastern Navajo, but my chapters that I represent 7 of the 8 are in very remote areas, and they're very rural. And for myself, being out there since March, I've seen for myself the need. I've seen for myself the living conditions that our people are sufficing to. And this is a real important time, a real important opportunity for us to help enhance living conditions out there. And my last visit recently was to a Korea War veteran in White Rock. And outside of his house, he had 2 blue water barrels. And he was jokingly saying, "Are you bringing me water?" And we gave him 2 cases of bottled water that day, yes. But it's instances like that, you as a delegate, you want to do as much as you can to help individuals like that. And you want to do as much as you can to help other elders. So I just wanted to bring that up as far as the specific need, the very unique need out there in the remote and the rural areas as well. It is existent, it's prevalent, it's real, and it is out there. So I want to remind my colleagues of that. I think what my little sister brought up was very important as far as submitted, or how were they identified? Was there any consultation with the people? I know that for myself, as a chapter, as having 8 chapters, I appreciate all of our chapters, especially on the New Mexico side, for submission. My chapters are very keen on this process and very well versed. When it was time for them to submit these projects, they went off of their ICIP, Infrastructure Community Improvement Plan. Those ICIPs are what the chapter population votes on. Those are voted on by the people. So the state of New Mexico allows us to get funding to our chapters directly. So come January, a lot of our chapters will be going back to Santa Fe. And by the way, there's unprecedented amounts of capital outlay that we're hearing about. The state of New Mexico is going to have so much capital outlay. This is going to be something we have never seen before. So I kind of want to alert you as my colleagues and as our chapters to get ready for that as well. So continue to be aware of that. We need to be sure that we capture a lot of that money as well. But I wanted to mention the ICIP, and that was my understanding as to how we came about with this listing, or my listing especially, of projects. That's how my chapter submitted. I'm thankful for my chapters. I'm thankful for the work that they do, the officials, the staff, the Club Cs. I'm very thankful for all the work that they contributed to these projects. They came together and they submitted them off of the ICIP. And I do thank them for that. I let them know that during our chapter meetings. But I just wanted to mention that, Shnanta, as far as how I understand how all these submissions were made was off of the ICIPs. I can't speak for other delegates how that was done, but I know for sure in my area, that's how my chapters made these submissions, was off of the ICIPs. These ICIPs, of course, get voted on at the chapters, at the chapter level. So that's how I think I wanted just to make that comment as well. But Speaker and Ms. Barbaroff, if there's any way we can include language, I don't know how we could do this, but how are we going to address home site leases, allotment leases, as well as right-of-ways? And the trust side is of course, that's going to be a lot easier than dealing with allotments or in Eastern Navajo. There's going to be two components to that, the trust as well as the checkerboard. So those are my comments, Speaker, and thank you for the time.
Honorable Freeland, what you're talking about is what's under the FRF office. So that's in the presentation that's coming up next.
Okay. Is there any way we can include it in the legislation though?
Huh?
That way it'd be a lot more easier to jumpstart a lot of these projects and get them going.
You're going to hear the recommendation from the FRF office. That, moving on down, Honorable Eugene So.
Should say that my main concern is my certified chapters proposed projects, my community's needs, where other former chapter officials didn't have this kind of funds to assist our people with their, with whatever they requested. It seems that now it's almost that promise can be answered for their needs. And again, I said almost. In regards and to pursue to the 26 Navajo Nation Council, Navajo Nation Code, Section 103, D, and not so, 4, 6, 7, 8, and that's so 35 chapters. Eben Nashiko, ADC, that's going to be my first amendment on the floor. When we get there. Other amendments is for the whole Navajo Nation, the people that I listen for and look and see for them, smell and voice their prayers to be answered. Aid and NEPA. Those will be some other amendments with regards to this legislation here. And with that, no, I leave with that. Again, thanks.
Honorable Eugene So. With that, let me go back to Ms. Barbara. If there's any questions.
Thank you. I will talk with Delegate Eugene So individually about some potential amendments. Delegate Freeland, we will certainly I will talk with the Resources and Development Committee and Division of Natural Resources and find out, and DOJ to find out if they are ready to include verbiage or legislation addressing right-of-ways, home site lease process and such. I know it is a big issue that they've been working on, and I would want to be very careful we did not disrupt what RDC and DNR are working on that, but I will check into it. Delegate Freeland, Delegate, let's see, Chairwoman Charles Newton, I think your questions can be answered in the detailed presentation about the expenditure plan. And then, let's see, Delegate Edmund Yazzie, I've not forgotten your questions. I can tell you this, that making any changes to the TDHE, of course, the designation of the TDHE is at the discretion of Navajo Nation leadership, enacted through legislation, informed, and certainly providing that to HUD. Changes can be made, but there's a lot of legal research, a lot of financial research, a lot of structural research that should be done before any of those steps are made. I will try to figure out who with the nation is actually involved in that, and certainly can such with DOJ. So in short, I'm saying that that would be a different legislation than this one. And then Delegate Yazzie, Edmund Yazzie's question about how do you force the IHS to complete projects. Regrettably, you cannot, because the IHS is a federal agency. You cannot force the IHS through legislation to restructure their projects or prioritize, but we can discuss that more. Before I am finished, one thing I want to remind, emphasize, is if you wish to amend any expenditure plans before this legislation is adopted, is acted on, if you wish to add any new expenditure plans, those need to follow the process that was established by way of CJY 4121 and BF, I can never remember the number on that one, BF Budget and Finance Committee legislation. DOJ, what's the number on that legislation? 4121? I'm sorry, 3121. You need to go through that process to make sure that your changes, your amendments, if you want to add specific new process, those need to go through and get the eligibility review by DOJ and also determine their eligibility categories. If you need any assistance with that, I don't want to slow this down, but let me know. And now back to Steve.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara, and thank you very much for the presentation. And thank you very much, Mel, too, working together on that. Both you and Ms. Lowell for helping assist in drafting that with Ms. Barbara and getting this completed to the hopper. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Presentation of expenditure plans. Standard. The Office of the President and Vice President shall present legislation 0257-21 expenditure plans. It's actually going to be Chief of Staff, team members. I don't know if the consultants can be speaking, or Mr. Latero, or Mr. Rodas, anybody that's going to be talking about it. We're going to be jumping around, but just do an overview first. Then after that, we're gonna start off with water. And that's gonna be presented by Mr. Jason John from Water Management Branch and Mr. Walter Haas by Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. And then going down to broadband, which is gonna be Mr. Haas, Mr. Otero, and Mr. Delmar. And then down to home electricity connection by Mr. Haas from NTUA. And then the housing is being presented by Dr. Yellowman and Mr. James Warline on the veterans portion. And then bathroom additions is going to be done by DCD Division Director, again, Dr. Yellowman, and also by Mr. Walter Haas from NTUA. And then last but not least, the hardship assistance is going to be presented by Madam Acting Controller, Ms. Elizabeth Begay. So with that, let me turn the floor over to the floor over to Mr. Chaco, and then after that, we'll go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable member, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Again, good morning, everyone, division staff and enterprises that are here and other programs. Really briefly, what I wanted to do was give the opportunity for the Department of Justice to go over the eligibility criteria. And I believe we do have Mel and also Kristen here available to go over that with us. So if we can, Mr. Speaker, if I can allow DOJ to go over the eligibility criteria. Speaker.
Mr. Otis, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chief Chaco. Good morning, everyone in attendance, division directors, OPVP, advisors, enterprises, and everyone online as well. So, as you know, DOJ has been performing initial eligibility review determinations, and that direction was coming from CJY 4121, as well as the Budget and Finance Committee resolution approving the FRF procedures, which was BFS 3121. And just to give you an idea of what DOJ is looking for, we check the forms that were required in BFS 3121, and that is the expenditure plan template and supporting documents such as project listings and board resolutions, things of that nature, as well as budget form 1 from the BEM. So we check and make sure there are no missing forms, that the supporting documentation is there. There has to be an assertion that the project will be completed by December 31st of 2026. It has to be for an eligible, FRF eligible purpose. I'll get to that a little later. The expenditure plan has to be completed in its entirety. There can't be any blanks left. There has to be an assertion that the funds will be obligated by December 31st of 2024. We check and make sure that all of the correct authorities have signed the forms. And in terms of eligible purposes, we look to ARPA, the Act. We also look to the interim final rule from Treasury. And then we look to the Treasury frequently asked questions, so guidance from Treasury. Under the Act, so under Section 9901 of ARPA, fiscal recovery funds are specifically intended for 4 purposes. And number 1 is to respond to the COVID-19 public health emergency and its negative economic impacts. And that includes assistance to households, small businesses, and nonprofits, and aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. Number 2 is to respond to workers performing essential work during the COVID-19 public health emergency by providing premium pay to eligible workers. Number 3 is to provide government services to the extent of reduction in Navajo Nation revenue due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. And number 4, and that's mainly what we're discussing today, is to make necessary investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. So that's what we're looking for. We make a determination that the proposed expenditure plan is eligible, ineligible, or that we need additional information. If we request additional information, then we do a second review after that information is submitted. And then we determine which of the 4 major eligibility categories that would fit under. So public health and economic impact, premium pay, government services to the extent of lost revenue, or infrastructure. And then we also categorize it in one of the 66 Treasury expenditure categories. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Rodas, and also Mr. Speaker, again, thank you for providing us information from Department of Justice on the eligibility criteria as well. Mr. Speaker, I'll go ahead and do a little summary of the agenda item number 3, which is the presentation on the expenditure plan. We've, as I indicated in several of my presentation before council, we received well over 9,000 projects. And these projects amount to over $20 billion. So we had to, as a team with all the enterprises and all the divisions, had to come up with basically a project plan and project development plan for each one of these areas. And that's how our development of each of our expenditure plans were developed. These plans consist of costs, and they consist of scope, they consist of schedules. What projects could be performed within the time frame. As we're all aware, we have a 2024 timeline, which is a very short timeline for project development. And we were all tasked to come up with a schedule and to come up with planning dollars. And that's basically what you have in my previous report to council, is those project planning dollar amounts, which I then directed my division to work with those planning project dollar amounts. And we had to basically whittle down those projects based on what I described: cost, scope, and schedule. And that is the driving force behind of all these projects. We may have projects that we're planning on including, but these criteria set those determination. So that's the reason why we have these project lists and these projects that are included in the legislation, working with the various teams to come up with this legislation. We do have a chapter portal that included several projects. Some of those projects are potentially not in there simply because of what I described, which is cost, scope, and schedule. To put a project in that's not feasible is not proper planning, and we can't hold programs to expect them to carry out those projects if these are not doable. And there was a question on formula. I believe that's what I am describing, which is a project which is project dollar amounts, which not I, but the team put together to determine how much we could do within each one of these categories. Legislation was working with legislative council and working with the enterprises, the consulting teams, and all the divisions. This is how we came up with the list itself. So with that, Speaker, we do have presenters that will go into detail on what I just described. Again, water, wastewater, Jason John and Walter Haas. Broadband, Walter Haas. Tom Platero, Jesse Delmore. Home and electricity connections, Walter Haas. Housing, Dr. Pearl Yellerman and James Werline. Bathroom additions, Dr. Pearl Yellerman, Walter Haas. Hardship assistance controller, Elizabeth Begay. So Speaker, I'll turn over the floor to Wally for water and wastewater presentation. Speaker.
Yatahe, Benny. My name is Walter Haas. It's been my honor and pleasure to be the general manager of NTUA for the last 13 years. I'd like to give my greetings to Honorable Speaker Damon and all the delegates that are in the office here, or I should say in the room and also online, and all of my fellow staff members. It's good to see all of you again through the process. I believe Jason John is on the line, and did the packets get passed out to delegates? Great. And I also believe that they've been emailed to the delegates that are online. I'm here to talk about the water wastewater section first. In our presentation, we have the summary page that talks about each one of the categories. And we're getting the screen shared right now so that it can be put up. In general, I want to kind of describe how the linkages work with delivering water within the Navajo Nation. NTUA generally does not create the systems that deliver the water. NTUA generally gets those systems from Indian Health Services and the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources. Okay, that's generally how those things work out. NTUA's primary function is to operate and maintain the systems and make additions to the systems and improvements to the systems to keep them operating and allow us to add additional customers along the routes and lines. So there's kind of a general distinction between the functions that all of us provide through the processes. And we were asked to work with IHS and Jason John from Navajo Nation Water to try to develop a plan to help meet the needs and help provide the additional sources needed to support the Navajo people. Now, understand that when the COVID-19 has required more people to stay home, and as people stay home, they consume more utility services. It's just a fact of life. And because more people are staying home, that puts a bigger strain on the existing systems that are out there. And we need to keep those systems updated and running and maintained. And at the same time, we have to add additional sources to those systems just to meet the population needs of the folks that already have water. In addition to that, there is approximately 17,000 families in the Navajo Nation that don't have running water in their homes right now. So we have to try to figure out how many more of those folks we can add to the system and where we need to bulk up the system or make changes to the system to allow those people to come online. We also have to put in place temporary solutions for people that live a long way from the systems where they exist today. And that's kind of how these plans are broken down, and there's multiple components within each of those plans. So I believe it's on the shared screen now, so I can actually go into the expenditure categories. Within the categories that we reviewed with the Department of Justice, and they were found to be eligible, is a category 11.1, which is the transmission and distribution for drinking water. The top chart talks about the Navajo Nation's projects through the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources, which is Jason John. And then as you can see the line, it goes down from there. The very first three categories, 511, which is the transmission and water, distribution, transmission and water drinking system. You've got drinking water sources, which are wells and pump houses. And then you have drinking water storage, which is another way of bringing additional capacity to meet the needs of the people. And in some cases, it's also meeting the needs of actual livestock if it's not through the NTUA system. Those are Jason John's areas. Jason, are you on the line? Would you prefer to discuss those three areas first, or would you like me to continue on, Jason?
Please continue on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jason. The next section again is 5.1, and it talks about centralized wastewater treatment systems. And that's an NTUA function. And as more people stay at home, they create more wastewater. And as we have more folks shopping or staying locally, again, it creates more burden on those systems. So that's part of that. And I'll go through the detailed summaries of those things and how they're broken down. We also have centralized collection and conveyance is actually how we collect it from the home or the business and get that wastewater to a treatment plant or facility. Okay. The water treatment systems, which is section 510, represents when you get raw groundwater out of the earth or from a river, you have to treat it and make it portable so that people can drink it without getting sick, right? So those are those type of systems. And then you have the way you get it from the source, which is the well, right, or the river. That's how you transmit it to the areas where then you deliver it to the individual homes, which is what the distribution systems are. 513 happens to be a water source, which would normally be wells in our particular case most of the time, and then the treatment there of those wells or the addition or upgrades of those wells. And then you've got the actual storage, which is section 5.14. Again, the storage is another way to bring enough volume and capacity so that the well does not run dry and that the community has the water they need available to them when they want to use and need to use the water. And then on section 515, it's other water infrastructure, and that talks about delivering water to individual homes, which is not something NTUA normally does, but there is a great need, and there was a, best way I could refer to it, there was kind of a whole of a group of folks that their needs were not being met from other channels, yet still needed to get water brought to their home. And when we talk about water brought to the home, we got to remember that when you have water come in, water comes out. And the water comes out has to be treated in an environmentally correct measure or manner so that it doesn't pollute the earth. And that's really important. Every time we go ahead and remove people from outhouses and not having the running water, we're actually going to have to remove that waste. And that actually helps clean up the long-term environment and help keeps the neighborhoods and the areas around the homes safe for the inhabitants, especially the children. Now I want to move on to the clean water, which is the next sheet that talks about 5.1 centralized clean water for NTUA projects. And I'll let Jason do the non-NTUA projects later. Okay. Now, this is for clean water, but this is centralized wastewater treatment. So this is what comes out of the house, comes out of the bathroom, and how we treat it. And a lot of the treatment centers that we have located throughout the communities across the Navajo Nation have reached their capacity and end of useful life. And as communities want to add new items, meaning perfect example is item number one, Ganado, they put in a small shopping center a couple years back, right? And that was not originally part of the treatment system that we needed to treatment. So we needed to kind of move into a position to replace those, what we call lagoons out in that area. And we needed to get the lagoons in an environmental situation where they meet the EPA. So those kind of give you examples of the projects as we move across the board. We also have a small amount of dollars for the Kayenta treatment plant facility rebuild. We had already secured grant dollars in other areas, but that project is going to be over budget. So we're looking at securing those funds. We've got AOC regulatory upgrade compliances, and what that means for the upgrade compliances basically is there's projects that need to be improved upon so that they meet all the new United States government and Navajo Nation EPA standards. And as you upgrade those facilities, you've got to be able to make changes in them in the short term and in the long term to help get them in compliance from an environmental standpoint, and also allow for those communities to grow. Okay, so that's basically the general idea of the projects that were identified in this, in the projects. The last one I want to talk about, where it talks about various wastewater locations from an AOC compliance standpoint. There currently are 5 wastewater treatment plants / lagoons that are out of compliance that we need to invest dollars in short term so that the community can connect additional residential, additional commercial customers and help us get in compliance while we work on the long-term solution. Long-term solutions take 3 to 5 years to build out. So those are what we refer to as the centralized wastewater treatment plant facilities, which basically break down into lagoon treatment facilities and plant facilities. Moving on to the next section, which is 5.2 clean water, that talks about centralized wastewater collection and conveyance. What that means is that's the pipes that connect up to the end of the consumers, so the homes and mostly the businesses that convey all of that wastewater miles and miles to where we then go ahead and treat it. Okay, so it's referred to as how we collect it and how we move it from where it is created to the plants to process it and take care of it. The systems that NQA has in place are rather old. And in this particular case, this talks about, again, areas that I'm going to start with the very first one to try to describe it. It's improvements to the Tuba City wastewater treatment facility so that it can meet its EPA obligations, and it can also allow us to grow those communities. And then as we talk about item number 3, talks about various locations throughout the Navajo Nation, slip lining. What those describe is our existing collection systems from time to time have failures in them. And in a cost-effective manner, instead of digging them up and completely replacing them, it's better to insert a line in the existing line so that it does not feed into the environment. When you look at the categories that we laid out, you see the first column talks about the actual expenditure category, which is one of the 66 items that is allowed under the United States Department of Treasury. The next item talks about the actual definition or description of the individual projects. The third column talks about the community that it serves, and in certain cases, it's multiple communities. The fourth column is actually, to best of our ability, to represent the delegates region that gets served by the specific project. And then we try to designate which state those projects are located. The second to last column is total projects, and then the actual cost of the projects. Now, as mentioned earlier by Dana, Legislative Council, NQA is not allowed to move money from the expenditure category, clean water, centralized wastewater collection and conveyance, to a different category. We are allowed to, if we do save money, which is what our intent is to try to do, we are allowed to utilize those dollars in a category that's already been identified and approved, right? But we're not allowed to make up a new item within the category class, and we're not allowed to transfer dollars from one category class to another without coming back to the tribal council and getting a resolution or legislation passed and having the president of the Navajo Nation sign it. So in this specific area, you can kind of see the way it's laid out. We've designated about $41 million for these areas. A lot of the areas that we designate various on is because we're in the evaluation process. We know we have more than these type of projects that need to be repaired or replaced, right? We haven't determined which ones are in the worst shape to move forward. And we need time to be able to do those things. And we need the resources to be able to do the evaluation. So it's important to be able to get these items funded so that we can actually finish the feasibility studies and the determination of the levels that need to be attended to first, and then build a priority list from there. Moving on to 5.3, which is a clean water centralized, I'm sorry. That's the, when you do pages back to back, sometimes you want to repeat the page. So I'm moving on to section 5.10, which is drinking water treatment. So we're moving off of the wastewater facilities onto the drinking water treatment. Okay, again, it's broken down in the same category, the Department of Treasury expenditure category, project description, chapter, delegate region, state where projects reside, total projects in that grouping, and then the total projected costs. The first one is an evaporation pond and treatment area for the Halachita water treatment plant. The second project proposed is part of the arsenic removal from the water supply that's currently in place, and then tying this system into the existing system so that those projects can be brought online. The third item is a new Chinle treatment facility, and we have matching contributions from many other areas. That project is well over $12 million. And what that's basically doing is, in that area, you have black water and you have some you have some minerals inside that water supply that we would like to remove and then flush it out so that people can utilize that water for more than just drinking. They'll be able to utilize it for cleaning, washing, and things like that. The next area that I wanted to discuss is item 511, which is drinking water transmission and distribution projects. On the sheet that's in front of you, the top part is Jason John's area. So I'll leave that for Jason. The bottom section talks about NQA projects. And inside the NQA envelope here, we're really talking about upgrading where we get water from. How do we get that water from that well over to where the people want to be able to or need to be able to use it? And also putting in controls in existing systems so that those systems will operate more efficiently and provide the capacity for the existing customers, and more importantly, bring additional capacity online. So when we do the bathroom additions and we bring in new water users, we'll be able to meet their needs. And part of the issue with that is those bathroom additions, which we'll talk about later, are all across all regions in the Navajo Nation. So as they get identified, it helps me set up the situation where I can put in the specific capacity or additional storage or additional transmission to serve those folks so that I'm not adding folks onto a system that is reaching or over capacity, which would negatively affect the existing users and not allow me to bring the new users on. As I mentioned earlier, there's about 17,000 families that still don't have running water without our various regions. So those type of projects are laid out. We also have some watering point locations. The Cutter Lateral has recently been brought online in April of 2020, I'm sorry, in October of 2021. We now have a water supply in the Eastern Agency that we did not have before. We now need to be able to bring watering points for folks to be able to get the water so they don't have to drive as far to other locations. And additionally, then that supply, when they're taking water from those other locations, that supply is now more available for the local population. So it serves two purposes. It frees up existing capacity that the local communities need, and now provides a new source of capacity that's closer to the residents along the Cutter Lateral or the Eastern Agency. It also includes a new tie into the Live Brook Cutter Lateral, which allows us to provide more water to those communities in the Live Brook area, which are Navajo folks and folks around those areas. It also allows us to get additional dollars to help offset the operation and maintenance costs. The other items are all kind of grouped together where we talk about various improvements to existing water lines so we can meet additional capacity, fixing water lines that are in washes that are now exposed that need to be replaced, additional equipment where we talk about SCADA and various types of pumps and those type of things. What all of that is improving the efficiency and controls and adding controls where they don't exist today so that capacity will be available for those communities. And we'll have less situations where we have water running out of the system and not being able to be used by the individual users. And then we have a whole bunch of other items, which there's identified dollars for water ties, which will help take care of some of the DCD requests that some communities have. There's some dollars within there to be able to work on those as those are feasible, as they're evaluated through the process. And then we have to replace equipment, existing equipment systems. And because we're enlarging our supplies and creating new wells, creating new things, I have to power those up. So I have some electrical systems that need to be extended or upgraded so that they will be able to provide the electricity or the resources to operate the new equipment necessary to upgrade the systems. And those are pretty much what's kind of laid out in the bottom section through those processes. And that total is about $97 million. Now, moving on to the last item within the wastewater area for NTUA, I should say last two items. We have item 510, which we just went over. 511 we went over. Item 513 is the next item. Okay. And item 513, it talks about drinking sources. In general, on the drinking sources, those are new wells or improvement to existing wells. And generally, those are done by the Navajo Nation or IHS. But because they're backlogged in a lot of those areas, and we need to bring on some new resources in some very congested areas, we are looking to take on some of those responsibilities that we normally wouldn't do. And we talk about item 513, the drinking water source. You can see there be a new well water supply and a pump house upgrade at the Ganado area. We're talking about a new Hawk replacement pump house to replace an aging pump house. And we've got various additional water wells with pump houses, a total of 6 that we're looking to construct. And as we identify the locations on those 6, there are some areas that we want to look at with DCD's portal. In addition to that, a lot of that will depend on where we connect up those bathrooms, where we connect up the additional users as to where we need additional supplies. And then the well renovations are necessary. There's 22 described in this item. We actually have over 200 wells in service today. The wells need to be revitalized and renewed from time to time because as they're utilized over time, their capacity falls down and they need to be cleaned out. And that new capacity or those new well pipes and the well itself gets cleaned out. You get additional capacity without having to drill a new well. So it's a very cost-effective way of providing additional resources for the Navajo peoples and the community's needs. The last item that I'm going to talk about is drinking water storage. And then I've got item 515. So there's two items. Drinking water storage is item 514. And what this describes is bringing on, instead of putting in a new well at times, we have wells that have a lot of capacity, meaning they have a lot of water in the ground, but they can't bring up the volume necessary to meet the community's needs. So you can utilize and pump those wells during the night or during times when people aren't using it, store the capacity in the storage so that when the people come home, they'll be able to have the capacity of the water that they need. This is a more cost-effective way of providing capacity and resources for the people than building new wells and new pump houses. So we tried to be as cost-effective and as efficient as possible by being able to create multiple resources and multiple levels of capacity to get our system to be able to handle the hopefully thousands of additional customers that we'll be bringing on over time. And we've specifically laid out in Shiprock one location that needs to be replaced. And then we've got other locations where we want to revitalize 35 tanks across the Navajo Nation, where we have almost 150 tanks located. And then we've got areas that we want to bring on additional storage capacity tanks. And then we've got to bring the electrical infrastructure to those tanks so that they can operate and bring that additional capacity on board. So that's a brief overview of 514. The last item on my list on water and wastewater is we've identified through the process that there are people that have kind of fallen through the identification process with IHS and the bathrooms and other things, and their scope of work is different than in those scope of works. And we want to be able to bring water resources, whether it's a water connection to those families with a wastewater treatment facility or a cistern system. And we're asking for funding to be able to do an additional 106 of those type of projects. Okay, with that said, that ends NQA's report on water, wastewater. Jason, John, did you want to go over detail on your side, or would you want me to provide an overview for the three areas that are on this list, sir?
No, I can provide a brief overview. Good afternoon, everybody. I guess one of the items that most people or most of the leadership may obviously ask is about water to homes. And maybe we need to step back a moment. And I think we all understand that we don't see any of the IHS projects specifically called out in this $300 million listing. And I think that is somewhat by design. We all know that the Indian Health Service water program, it was funded $3.5 billion in the last infrastructure bill. So we do need to coordinate with IHS on the nation's projects and what will be funded from that $3.5 billion. We all, I think, have some understanding that the Navajo Nation's IHS SDS listing is approximately $500 million. Unfortunately, only about 160 million of that listing is what they would consider feasible. So there is a lot of discussion that has to be had on IHS projects for new homes. And secondly, we have been working with IHS over the last well, we work with IHS all the time, but specifically in response to the pandemic, both NTUA and Water Resources in the Navajo Nation have been really trying to assist IHS in their efforts regarding providing water that is needed. And for example, this list includes water, what we call source hydro panels, and $8 million. Through the citizen money, the council approved about 5.5 million for source hydro panels. And with that, we, the Water Resources and its contractors Source installed over 500 panels throughout the Navajo Nation. These panels basically take the vapor out of the air and create water, and it's delivered into the home. And really, some of these things came out of a result of the extreme need for water for many of the families. Initially, there was some hesitation about these kinds of projects, but given the reality of the situation out there and the time it takes to construct water systems and even cistern systems, I felt that this is something that we needed to move forward on. So they did complete that first phase of citizen money, installing over 500 hydro panels across the Navajo Nation, and they did present to Naabik'íyáti committee and RDC over the last several months on their efforts. So there's additional money for that in this ARPA legislation, an additional $8 million for that. I want to say that those kinds of efforts also, we also coordinate with IHS on the locations of homes. Source also coordinated with the chapter officials to identify homes and families that they thought were a priority to receive these systems. And we know that the need is very large out there. The other projects on the list, a lot of them are actually getting really close to being construction ready. One of them, the Loop to Delcon water line, for 15 million, the nation already identified funding to pay that 15 million out of citizen, but that legislation from 2016 does not have any provisions about it being reimbursed. So we have to explicitly include it in a legislation like this to replace that funding source. That project is construction ready. We are trying to pay the initial invoice of $4 million to begin that project. It is ready to be constructed by IHS and NECA. The other projects, such as the Standing Rock, Chilchata, Coyote Canyon, Cutter, those projects have already begun some work and are moving forward. So we're trying to supplement the completion of those projects as part of this effort. We also are trying to assist some of the chapters that are not part of the main Navajo Nation area, particularly Rama and Alamo. They operate their own systems out there. So we with NTUA being able to obtain money for some of its systems that they operate, we felt the need that Rama and Alamo also needed some assistance, as they are not receiving funding from NTUA. We also have to balance this request with other existing funded projects. We are and other legislation that is out there, particularly, for example, is Tohajale. We've received some money for the connection to the Albuquerque's regional water system. And this touches upon some of what Delegate Amber Crotty was talking about when it comes to what was in the ARPA legislation and what was not. Tohajale is in the other legislation with the Navajo Gallup connections. And I think that we'll be adding those projects to this list this week. We'll be submitting those requests to DOJ for review. One of the connections was part of this listing. That was the Noshchitty connection for just over $3 million. But the remainder of them, the other approximately 65 million, were not part of the ARPA listing here because they were part of the other legislation. But these are items that we have to strategize on at a high level to understand what is being requested where and when. We also have a lot of work ongoing with other funding sources that are not particularly discussed at this meeting. We got a lot of funding from the state of New Mexico, and some of the projects on here have already begun the planning work for some of those projects in New Mexico. So it is a very tough discussion to talk about how these projects ended up on here. We also have to recognize that the legislation that was approved in August for ARP included projects that were pre-approved, including defunded CARES, and Water Resources has almost $19 million of defunded CARES projects that were pre-approved. And those also include, for example, that defunded CARES includes over 14 million of IHS cistern projects. So we heard about NTUA having several $1 million on their lists for cistern as well. So this, combined with the defunded CARES, will bring cistern systems funding close to 25 million. Then there was a Sehasin reimbursement that was part of that mixture as well. And Sehasin reimbursement includes some of the legislations that was approved in January. But there's a little bit of confusion on my part because that CJA 0121 was extended to March of 2022, and we are currently expending money from those established business units. And I do need to consult with OOC and DOJ about how we reimburse that Sehasin money from our ARP. The other Sehasin project that was also approved was for the Western Navajo Pipeline in the amount of 58 million. That was CJA 2921 or CJY 2921 in the amount of just over 58 million. I'm being requested by OMB to submit the budget forms for Western Navajo Pipeline in that amount. But at the same time, it was approved for reimbursement through ARP. So I'm a little bit, I need to consult with OOC and DOJ about how how this relationship works between ARP and Sihasin accounts that are could both currently be active. I'll go ahead and stop there, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that complete your presentation, Ross? Okay, that colleagues, time now is 12:22. We're gonna break here for 30 minutes. Be back in your seats at 12:50 sharp, just to get your food and come right back because we have a lot to do. So we're going to recess, colleagues on the line. We go to recess for about 28 minutes, 27 minutes, just for them to get to their food, and then come back because we still have a lot to discuss. So thank you very much, everybody listening in. We're going to recess until 12:50. Back, colleagues. Thank you very much, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. Thank you for that recess. Let's go ahead and come back into session. Time now is 12:51 p.m. Again, everybody online listening in, including my colleagues and President and Vice President of Navajo Nation, all the division directors here at the Twin Arrows Navajo Casino Resort. This is Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is a work session. Today's date is again Thursday, December 2nd, 2021. Time now is again 12:51 p.m. There's a work session agenda here before us. We did conclude with 3A1, 3A2, and now we're on 3A3, presentation on expenditure plans. We did hear from Mr. Paulson Chaco, and now we are going into the presentations. We just concluded with the water and wastewater from Mr. Jason John and Mr. Walter Haas. And I know I do have, we said we're immediately coming back into session. We were going to go to the floor for any kind of comments or questions at this time. I know a lot of you on the line, if you are wanting to talk or speak, remember, you can always text Ms. Jalissa or myself in order for us to go ahead and add you in the queue. Colleagues, at this time, I do have Honorable Keon Begay, who would like to speak on the presentation on the water and wastewater. Jay, Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Keon Begay, going twice. Can someone text Keon Begay? Keon Begay going 3 times. That, colleagues, any other members of the Naabik'íyáti committee have a question for Mr. Haas or Mr. John? Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours. Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Speaker Damon, thank you for allowing me to ask questions. And thank you, Mr. Haas, for your presentation today and for also providing us these documents that break down the projects. And I know that you did explain, I guess, the chapters, the funds, and then I think, and I'm not sure, I went back to my notes, I think I wrote or jotted down correctly that most of these projects are projects that are set and ready to go. What I know that there has been a debate at council on what does it exactly mean to be shovel ready. It seems like we have a Navajo Nation definition of what it means to be shovel ready. Then we have division and departments that have their definition of what it means to be shovel ready. Then we have council's definition of what it means to be shovel ready. And then we have chapters that have their definition of what it means to be. You get my gist, right? I mean, there really is no set criteria, or there's really no set definition across the board to say, you know, what it really means to be shovel ready. I know with Law and Order Committee, you know, where we have talked about the land withdrawals. We've also have included within that definition of our definition of what it means to be shovel ready. Have you contacted NTUA to talk about your capacity? If this project was built today or tomorrow, will, you know, NTUA, like, is the capacity there? Because that is a hindrance when it comes to projects. So we're going to give you money to build a building, but what we often find in that process is when money is given, then the chapters come back to say, whoa, we forgot to include NTUA. We need to extend the water line, or we need to expand capacity. And so we have been asking that question. So I appreciate, you know, the list of projects that you have. What I would like to know is, how does NTUA define shovel-ready projects? That's number one. Number two is with these chapters, I wonder with the chapter projects, not only with the water projects, but the chapter projects across the board, and this might be more a question for DCD, were those individual projects vetted by DOJ? Or was it just a collaboration of projects? For instance, was the submission for water line projects, did they say these are all of the chapters that say they're shovel ready and they're, they need water, I guess that these water projects are ready to go? And this kind of goes back to that question of, what is shovel ready? For NTUA, especially since we're talking about these water line projects, we're talking about wastewater, we're talking about fiber optics, what are we looking at? My last question is right away. Right away is going to be a huge obstacle, not only for NTUA, but also for NECA and also for the Navajo Nation projects itself. When I went out to DC a couple of weeks ago, I did have a conversation with all of the senators and all of the representatives that I met with to ask them, what can you do to help us to waive the right-of-way requirements? Because it is not possible for Navajo to move forward with these projects in the timeline that you have set for us when we have to overcome the right-of-way requirements that are currently put in place. But if you go in there and you were to waive that for certain projects, then I think that that would help us, not only Indian tribes, but also state projects, because at that time, the road, the infrastructure package had not been passed yet at that time. And so I did use that as an example. We are going to have road projects that, money is going to be given to them, but they're going to be running into the same issues as well right away. And if it's right away at the state, it's easy to address. But if it's right away in Indian country, we have to go through BIA. We have to jump through all these red tapes. Navajo could address those issues internally with right-of-way, but we still have that right-of-way red tape with the federal government. So how can we work together to address the right-of-way? So with that in mind, how or has NTUA or any of the enterprises who are here still with us, how are you taking that, or are you factoring that timeline into these projects? And, is that helping to determine your shovel-ready projects? Because again, realistically, per the information that we were provided today, December 31st, 2024, funds have to be incurred. December 31st, 2026, the funds have to be fully spent, which means that as of, we haven't even passed this legislation. By the time we pass it, realistically, your company will probably start getting things going by January 2nd, because we're coming into the holidays. So we've already wasted almost a year trying to get these projects through. So how is that taken into consideration, or is it even taken into consideration when we're talking about the timeline and the projects that are set and ready to go? And again, my concern is I'd like to see the projects where I always say, if we give you the money today, will you be able to start spending and building tomorrow? Because with this timeline, that's what we should be asking, because those years are going to go by pretty quick. And again, what I worry about is with what really concerns me is if we win, because this is a public document, when we release this information, you're going to have communities that are going to be excited to say, we're getting water. But if we run into those right-of-way issues and we can't meet the deadline set by 2026, we basically have provided false hope to our people. And as one delegate representing, my community, I don't want to do that. which is why I always go back and say, realistically, which ones are set and ready to go? And that's where I go back to, if we give you the money today, realistically, which ones can you start on tomorrow? And which ones can you realistically say it's going to be like that money is going to be spent by 2026? And we're going to have a product that is finished and that the people are really going to be benefiting from. So again, thank you, Mr. Haas, for your presentation and for the list of your projects here and the explanation in terms of how these projects were selected and what you guys took into consideration. But I think my additional questions is really just peace of mind for me in that, was everything really taken into consideration for these projects to move forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles. Let me go on down to Honorable Vince James, then Honorable Elmer Brigade.
Speaker Kalen's online as well.
Yeah, Chanale, Speaker. Ado, Nana, Mr. Haas, thank you for providing the information. And then Church Mahasi, so Kohono Honegi, so Isno Saigi, Kwaiki, Iya, Bahna, Dishkito, Litikui Washi, the exhibits that you went over on the legislation. Majority of the questions are going to be coming from the fiscal recovery funds request form that are attached to the legislation. And so in regards to Exhibit C1, you have the listing that was forwarded to DOJ. On that exhibit there, in regards to my chapters, one of the main focus that I've been trying to get an answer is, where is it that NTUA is working with Hopi for my Navajo constituents in Jedito on the HPL? And we have quite a few Navajo constituents that don't have running water, that don't have infrastructure in Jedito because they still reside on the HPL. When is it that NTUA is going to meet with the leaders of Hopi? When is it that Department of Water Resource is going to meet with Hopi to discuss some possibilities of building some of those infrastructures for those families that actually don't have running water in Jedito? And I continue to ask that question. And I've even continued to send invitations to join us in our meetings that we have. And there's nobody from NTUA, there's nobody from Department of Water Resource. Yes, I know that the HPL families, the individual signed an agreement, but that doesn't mean we push them out and not work with them. That doesn't mean that we put a halt to not serving our Navajo people, because when it's election time, we receive their votes. We end up getting funds based off our Navajo constituents that live in Jedito on HPL land. And how are we serving them? How are we going to move forward? And I continue to look at your listing here, your fiscal recovery forms, and I have big questions. How much more funds are we going to invest into the Gallup Waterline projects? How much more funds are we going to put into that project? Well, majority of us in Arizona, yes, we don't have running water. And I continue to raise those questions. One fine example is in Ganado. The heart of Ganado don't even have running water. How much more money are we going to invest on taking that water line down to Loop?
While your water resource is coming from Ganado and those individuals that live within a mile and 2 miles of the water well, of where that water is coming from, don't even have access to water. And I will continue, as long as I sit on this council, I will continue to bring up this issue. That water well that you guys built in Ganado, you have 9 homes within half a mile of that water well that you guys built, that NTUA invested in, but don't have running water. How many times do I have to inform you? Do I have to get on my knees and beg you, or do I have to go over to your office and pull you and say, let's go out there and I'll show you what homes I'm talking about? None of those homes is in this forms, in any of these exhibit forms. And it's really frustrating because I have the same families that keep coming over and over, and I keep forwarding your contact information to them. Nothing's being done. Nothing's being done from the Department of Water Resource, Jason John, and another one is in Summit in Kitlachi. They had the water line going in Summit, but they ran out of funds. IHS ran out of funds. And that was my question the last time as well. When is it that we're going to bring IHS to the table? Because we sure did have quite a bit of projects that went through with IHS. When is it that you guys are going to hook up those families, those 18 new bathroom additions that we all worked together on in Jedito that was completed by NECA just recently? When is it that you guys are going to hook that up? When are they going to be able to have that opportunity to turn on the water faucet, to have access to the water? But yet you're just bypassing all of these homes. None of those are in here. None of those are on the listing. And so it's a continuous frustration. So in that concept, I'm very, very interested in your Exhibit C1, Part 2, Exhibit Expenditure Plan Detail. What happened to all the current funds that were allocated to these projects that you have listed on there? Which customers are you guys talking about? Are we just talking about New Mexico customers? And so that's a big area that I want to find an answer from you. What chapter areas are going to be served by these projects that you have listed on the C1 exhibit form? How many chapters, which chapters are you going to assist, are going to be assisted by this project that you have listed here? And how many homes are going to actually receive water? Not the big project, but actually how many homes are going to have access to water? Moving on to Appendix A, page 2 of 3, Section C. What happened to all the other chapters? Where are all the chapters coming? I thought you guys were overseeing majority of the chapters throughout the nation. And this is a big amount, $38 million that you guys are just receiving funds for several chapters. And we continue as council discuss and talk about how is this eco-distribution happening among council districts. Because each of us as council, we all have needs with running water. And we continue to see our grandparents come to us. One of them just says, hey, you know what, if you're going to Phoenix again, can you go to Goodwill and get me some old clothing? Because I use those as butt warmers. I use that to warm those cloth ups to take to the outhouse. These are the kinds of individuals, families that I deal with. And so I'm trying to figure out your whole concept of the forms that you have submitted and trying to figure out why is Jedito not on here? Why is Steamboat not on here? Why is Ganado not on here? Why is Cornfields not on here? Why is Kitlichi not on here? And it just seems like you guys are not talking with IHS, because IHS has a whole different listing of water line projects that are in the process or they've run out of funds for those projects. And so if you can help me understand where you're coming from to how you guys justified yourself to allocate more funds to existing projects that have already been funded. And so I'll go move on to the next one, which is under your Exhibit C2. That's another request for $10 million, $10,700,000. Again, you guys are talking about remote areas. And so which remote areas are you guys talking about? Are there names for these remote areas? I know it's an Elmo chapter, but are we just talking about Elmo chapter? I just found out the way they're set up from Honorable Mark Freeland. But what remote area are you talking about that we could share with those individuals, those family in that area? Which remote area are you talking about? East, south, west, north? What area? And so when it comes down to it, and then you talk about in here, families living in the remote areas, how many homes are in those remote areas? How many homes are going to actually be able to tap onto this water line, to receive this water line? And so that's a continuous question that I've always had. And when you go to that Appendix A again on page 2 of 3, you do have quite a bit of projects listed out. Do you actually even have the staff? Do we even have the capacity of the staff to do this work? When we have other projects that have been sitting there for over 5 years that haven't been completed. So with what kind of justification do you have that these projects will actually go through? Do you have the staff, or what is the plan? Do you have a plan in place to hire these individuals to take care of this project? Moving on to Exhibit C3. Again, that's another request of $1 million. And in their project will construct a water storage tank at Rama chapter. How many Navajo families will this serve? And just being general about it in your listings not suffice with me, because I want to know how many families are going to actually tap into these water lines. How many families are we actually going to serve? And just sharing general numbers, it's not the proper way of sharing information with our constituents at the local level. And then moving on to your Exhibit C4 regarding your wastewater. In this whole plan, I did not see anything that talks about how you guys are going to be taking care of the wastewater treatment of operation and maintenance. Because I'll tell you this right now, I continue to move forward to NTUA and ask them, we need help. We have this whole village, this whole family that live next to this water treatment, and they continuously try to report those issues of the smell of the water waste treatment. And it never gets resolved. And however, whatever agreements were done to withdraw those lands, those haven't been in place as well. So as we move forward, we continue to have these families that live next to these wastewater treatments coming to us and say, hey, it's like this. The fence is down. We have the leach field going over, and my cattle is going over there. My sheep is going over there drinking it because it's going outside the fence line. And so those are some of the questions that we continue to have, which have been unanswered. And again, it's not within any of your wastewater treatment plan that you have submitted to us. The last one will eventually go to the listing that you guys have in place for Exhibit C7. That listing that you guys have in place, I know it's hard to read, it's just all blurry, but I believe it says location to be identified. And there's about 10 areas, and you've indicated funds amount. If location is to be identified and to be determined, how can you figure out that dollar amount? How can you put dollar numbers in there? And so that's one of the major questions that I have is, are we going to move forward and just start guessing with numbers and putting it into these plans just to receive funds? And I'm surprised DOJ didn't catch this as well. How can you identify funds when locations have not been identified and when it has information as to be determined? And there's just numbers that are inputted in there. And the way the numbers are, and it looks like it's over $20 million worth of funds, if I'm calculating it right, if the numbers that I see on here is correct. And so if you could help me answer some of these questions that I have, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vince James. Let me go ahead and continue on down. Before I go back to Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, let me go over to Honorable Elmer Brigay and then Honorable Otto Stowe, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Walter Haas. Honorable Elmer Brigay, floor is yours.
Good afternoon again. Nana, Speaker, around the members of the Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee, around the, thank you for your report, Mr. Haas. Appreciate that. And you told me not to be mean to you, so I'll do that. But you're pretty cool, though. I know that. So, good afternoon, everybody. My question goes to right now, understanding that by looking at the flow chart, all the application will be starting with NTA application. So the clearinghouse, I guess you could say that all applications should be completed at NTA office, which mine will be Dalcon district office. And there's some outstanding home site lease in NPL area, which is Navajo partition land. And on the normal, like on the big reservation, they say that on the trust land, it's the home site lease on it. When you get that application, you would go to at least one or two person that's living there that has a grazing permit valid to sign out for you. But in Navajo partition land, like in White Cone and Tisto area, these people haven't received their grazing permit back yet for over 15 to 20 years now. So they say that they used to have a grazing official to sign off on that. But lately with the BIA meeting, they said that we gave it back some permits back to the people. But there's just only one or two they have now that they don't live with those people. So they hardly, it's really hard for them. I don't know how your plans are to expedite some of these homicide leases in the area for me, because I know that's the problem right now, and I'm not sure if I don't think so, because my thinking here is that a lot of people coming back to me saying that NTA personnel there to say that go find your grazing official, and then they say we don't know where they are, and look for that grazing official. That's what. So at least if you're there as a clearance house, I was recommending or suggesting to the NTA personnel there, the supervisor, that you guys should know your chapter president, delegate, and grazing official. So where they're from, you should tell them that, give them phone numbers, help them. They're your customers, not just tell them to go look for them. That's not the right way to do it. To me, as a customer, we're giving you so much money to you to do that, to help us, to help the people. They're not ready to go around, driving around looking for grazing officials and chapter president. At least if you want to work with the government, that's why I suggested to Dalcon district office. I'm not sure if they're getting that together. So that will be one thing that I would think that, that not people looking for me all the time. That who do we go to? Where's the grazing official? No, it's like that for me already now. So that's one. And then another thing on your application here, on the back side of it, it says that if you live less than a mile, half a mile from NTA water line, on the 7th bullet, it says that do you have an outstanding balance with NTA? So if they say yes, it says if you are selected for this program, you will need to have a zero balance with the NTA. If not, are they going to still get it? These people are out of work now. People are coming back to the reservation. This is recovery. I mean, why do we have to put that on them again? They're selected, they're happy. But now they have to pay off their outstanding bill. Where can you help? Where can we help? How can we do it? I would say that, So something that I think we need to talk about it as leaders to help. How can we help these people? Because I know, understanding that there's multi-generation we have on the reservation, which is an issue, and somebody has to pay the bill at the end of the day. So that's what my problem is going to be. Like if you've been selected and they have an outstanding bill, and they can be stuck with it, but they're on the program. We gave you so much millions of dollars here, to work with them, for as a recovery. So that's my right now. It causes on where my constituents, like how the social service was made that report yesterday. We have a Winslow, Holbrook, Flagstaff. We don't have no mortuary that work with the tribe, so they had to come up with their own funds, their own money to pay the mortuary, and at the and also at the plot that they can bury their loved ones. So it's really hard in my area. So right now, that's what I was worried about. That I was thinking about this. My concern is, Mr. House, and So there's the two areas that I think that we need to work on it. Then also the on the home site lease, I think there's a lot of them that's out there. See, they had to include archaeological, biological clearance, and plumbing. How can we help? You know that I know that your office, maybe I'm not sure how helpful they're going to be. Are they going to make a call to home site lease section? Do they know the number to talk? Who the contact person over there to say, hey, what's the status on it? We have a customer here. You know, I need to help them to get the water line together. Are they going to be like that? Right, tell you right now, Dalcon district office is not like that, because I get these people coming back saying, where can I call to get the home site list to check on their home site list status? If your office is handling this, I think should somehow train people to do that, to help me, to help my people. So that's one thing that I just wanted to share with you, Mr. Haas. So I'm not mean to you, I'm trying to be cool too. Thank you.
Honorable Elmer Brigade, thank you very much. With that, let me go on down to Honorable Otto So, and then I'll come back to you, Sauce. Honorable Otto So.
Okay, Yati. And yes, Elmer Brigade was mean to you. How we analyze it from the north side of the table and from the west side of the table here. So no, I'm just teasing. Mr. Haas, thank you for your presentation to what is being presented and what projects the Department of Justice has vetted and deemed that their ARPA acceptable, or they meet the criteria. And I believe these projects that are on here are the ones that were unfinished during the CARES Act. And I'm assuming that that was the dialogue from the administration. How much of the unfinished water line construction that was unfinished during the CARES Act is in this package? And how much of this new package here, or the new projects are in here that are new? And I think that's where a lot of the, I guess, the confusion could alleviate a lot of the leadership, because I know that there was the unfinished CARES Act projects, and I don't know how much of that's in there. And so the idea, to what I understood from the administration, I hope they didn't deviate from that, but the unfinished CARES Act project was supposed to be in this package here. And then with the new projects go, and that's where a lot of the, I guess, the confusion and the collaboration that needs to happen, whether it's the direct communication between NTWA and the administration. And yesterday, Honorable Crotty spoke to a lot of the communication and information being provided to leadership at the last minute. And a lot of these dialogue, I believe it's, we've been waiting and waiting to try to get a glimpse of what's in the package and what's been all submitted in this very package. 9 months later, we're having this package here before us. And my thought is that it has the unfinished CARES Act projects and the new projects that are vetted that are in this area. And particularly into, I guess, my community there in Tuba City. I'm glad that the difference of the sewer treatment plant is going to be adjusted in this amount here or in this package. But I really hope that the numbers are the additional amount that's required to finish the project is well vetted because there's a bridge issue. And I really hope that that communication came from Mr. Garrett Silversmith to provide you how much that bridge is actually going to cost. And, you know, and you look at the current state of the price of steel and the current state of price of material. And I really hope that that number is true so that we can allow those funds to be, I just want to make sure that the bridge has adequate and adequate funding. The other is the bridge that, or correction, the other portion is that the, I guess, the lagoon issue, the safety issue that needs to be addressed is the riprap. I really hope that some of that, those dollars that you requested is in here because that will be a public health issue. And we know that there is some issues with the wash there. But I know that my farmers there, I guess, no correction. Well, my farmers and Honorable Walker's farmers, we know that there's an ongoing disagreement that's going on there for Site 1. And, but the bridge should be able to, if the bridge is included in that, I am hoping that we're going to go to Site 2 so that we don't have to deal with the Site 1 issues. And that way, you know, the lagoon or the correction, the sewer treatment plant will be built on land that is already acquired by NTUA.
Honorable Araso, hold on real quick. Just recognize that Madam Chief Justice walked into the room. Madam Chief Justice, thank you for being here with us. You can serve here. They're here. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for joining us. All right. Sorry. Continue on about so.
Oh, yeah. Ano, yeah, Madam Chief Justice. Ano, back to the lagoon. So it goes to the planning of that. And this, my take is that since the bridge is in here, we're going to go ahead and move with Site 2. And that should alleviate a lot of the disparities that's happened on Site 1. We know that we've been trying to get this project off its feet for a couple of years now, and we just want that sewer treatment plant to be completed because the town of Tuba City is growing. My other concern is I don't know if NTUA has ever thought about this too, is the crumbling infrastructure in Tuba City. Not only Tuba City, the large communities, the clay pipes that are currently in the ground, that is currently being utilized. They are at maximum capacity. They've been at maximum capacity since I was working at Indian Health Services in Tuba City, and that's in early 2000. So my thought about it is, has the crumbling infrastructure been a part of NTUA's plan to upgrade those facilities? For instance, you go downtown Tuba City, Main Street, you have a 10-inch VCP pipe going down center line of the road. If that clay pipe collapses, what type of safety hazard will that cause? Or you go into the secretarial order there in Tuba City, that clay pipe that's coming down Main Street again, if it collapsed, because I believe there's a clay pipe in South Tuba that actually collapsed, and NTUA had to replace it with its own funds. This is an opportunity to try to address those issues. And it's just not in Tuba City, you know, Fort Defiance, Winter Rock, they all have these asbestos clay pipe also. They are collapsing. And I'm not too sure if that's part of your plan for the larger community. But the infrastructure there in Tuba City is something that worries me. And I really hope that NTUA is on the ball on that. I just don't want one day something to happen and oh, we're going to take care of it, and last minute run around and try to get that repaired. But I really hope that there's a dialogue to try to fix these things. Every community has infrastructure needs. I always tell people, Tuba City is what it is today. I didn't build Tuba City. Past leadership has planned a school there, has planned the hospital facilities there, has planned these stores there. That's the reason why we have Tuba City in these large communities. And that's where the jobs are. That's where a lot of the housing is. And at time I get rhetoric. Oh, you big communities don't need this and that and all this. You already have it. But my job here is to continue to build that community. And that is just how I look at it. The other is the outskirts. I saw the solar project. I'm not too sure if we got to that, but there's the northern portion of Tuba City, up by President Lisa. We have homes up there, and that requires the solar, that require bathroom addition, and a lot of your cistern project that you have here with the septic system. I really hope that those areas were included into the cistern project, septic system project, so that those communities on the north portion of Tuba City chapter, from the Gap, Sanapans, Habatin School, all the way clear into Tonahele, Preston Mesa. We have communities community members that live out there that is out there, and I really hope that other thing too is that Garrett 6230, that you have that on your plan there, on this infrastructure plan that's coming down the pipeline. Saying that you look at the TD, the federal dollars, our tribal transportation package that comes down the pipeline, and Western Agency, we just got a whole sliding scale, and the fairness is not there. Yeah. You have one agency getting $72 million, and you get down to Western Agency, $13.8 million, as I accurately remember. And RDC could back me up on that. What makes us different so that we don't get the fair share? Doesn't matter where we're in Northern Agency, Central Agency. And I always say that the administration can use that, their executive authority, to change that. The sliding scale will always have Western agency at the bottom of the list. And you just look at with the tribal transportation dollars. $72 million minus $13.8 million, over $50 million difference. And I believe that's what Honorable James is speaking to. We hope that, you know, that aspect is looked at, because it was based off of the census count. And if you look at how the funding is divvied up in this package, I guarantee you, if the administration can just break it up by agency and see which agency got the largest amount. You'll never get water out to Preston Mesa. You'll never get water west of Highway 89 in Gap, Wits Island, west of Bitter Springs. Not from that chapter, but I see the need out there. But again, back to the project here. We really need to get the Tuba City treatment plant going. And that is something that myself and Honorable Sosi here, Senator Sosi, he was the chairman of the Citizen Committee, and we divvied up some monies for the plants. And that was Speaker Seth Damon. But we need to finish these sewer treatment plant across the nation, Shiprock, Kayenta, Tuba City, and there's another community, Chinle. We have to finish those sewer treatment plants and get those communities off the lagoons. Onsen. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So with that, let me go ahead and turn the floor back over to Mr. Walter Haas, NTA.
Thank you. A lot of wonderful questions and comments. I'll try to do my best to respond to them, and also be respectful of everybody's time. The questions regarding from Delegate Newton regarding shovel readiness and how do we define it? Again, from N2A's project standpoint, we operate and maintain an existing system. We do some expansions to it and capacity upgrades and things like that. But in most cases, we already have the existing rights of way in place for a lot of the water/wastewater projects, unless they're new. In our estimates, we basically have put timelines in place for those rights of way. Okay. So in the projects that you see in front of you, we do believe that we can complete them in the time cycle. Not all of them have rights of way. We actually have the projects phased out into 12-month segments, kind of broken down in stages, so we can kind of work through those issues. There is a very difficult issues regarding, length of time for right-of-ways more than a mile for us. And the home site lease issue is a tremendous issue for us. But those are things that N2A doesn't have the ability to change. Those are things that you folks in leadership at Navajo Nation can work on. Those type of issues. They're kind of out of our ability to change those things. But we have project schedules When we looked at various site locations, when we talk about not a specific site location, we have many, many years of estimates of how much projects costs. And we have escalation factors we build in the projects based on the timelines of the project. So when we look at 10 units of something, we have a pretty good understanding of those units. Moving on to Delegate James, I want to apologize, Delegate James. I didn't look at you in the beginning because I thought you were on the phone. I didn't realize you were in the room right away, sir. So, the Jedido meetings with Hopi, I'm not the best person to answer those questions. I'm not directly involved in that. I'll be glad to have a more detailed understanding and conversation with you on that. As far as the water line build out that you're referencing, the water line build outs that you're referencing, NTOA does not build out the water lines to the homes. That's an IHS function. We don't do that. We have taken on the responsibility recently during CARES to take on some overlooked homes and build out for those homes. But that was a very, very small sub-segment, and that's really not something that we have. The good news is IHS is now fully funded from their deficiencies. And that funding from the deficiencies.
Speaker, Mr. Haas, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? I feel like the Verizon guy, right? I'm not sure about the feedback, so let me start back over again. I wanted to say on the Jedido issue with Hopi, I'm not fully advised of the situation out there and the meetings that you're talking about, so I'd like to learn more about that and discuss that with you. Talking about the issue you have regarding bringing water to homes, NTOA does not build the water lines to the home. That's normally an IHS function. So we don't really get involved in that. We did get involved in that.
Hold on, Mr. Haas. Trying to.
Is this better? No? About, I'm not sure. Okay, how about this now? Is this better? Okay. I can talk louder if you'd like. I didn't want to make it overbearing, so is that better? I talk louder? Sure. Okay. So getting back to the issues, Delegate James, on the issues you brought up with Jedido and the Hopi situation, again, I'm not the best expert to talk about that process. I'm glad to learn more about it and talk to you about it later on and get a better understanding and education. NTOA does not build water lines. Generally, we do not build wells. When those lines are built and put in service, NTOA.
Is there any mics out there that are on? Make sure all your mics are off. Oh, yeah. Try now.
Okay, is this any better or? No? Yes.
Can you hear me now? Now try it.
I hope this is clear. It's okay now? All right. I wasn't stalling on the answer. I really wasn't. So on the, I don't know if you heard me or not, but on the Jetotai or Hopi issue for the community and the water, you know, I'm not an expert on that situation, so you can provide me some insight after the meeting maybe, and we can have a further conversation on it. As far as the build out of water lines to individual homes, NTUA does not normally do that function. That's an Indian Health Service function. We did it for the first time, really, in a really long time this last year during CARES Act, because Indian Health Services said they weren't going to build out any lines to anybody. But that's not our normal function. So if you've been working on something for 4 or 5 years, you know, that's generally an IHS issue of getting the services and the situation out there through the process. And again, once the lines are in service, then we operate and maintain, we expand and grow on those services. You know, in the ARPA request, we are requesting a small amount of dollars to address people that are having issues and falling through the given procedure or process of getting water lines. So we could talk a little bit more about that. My understanding of the 18 bathroom additions that were already done in Jedido, talking with my colleagues who are more knowledgeable on the situation myself, the NECA folks, told me that some of those homes are on the IHS list. And IHS is the one that is responsible for bringing in water. But they also indicated to me that some of those homes are not on the IHS list. So that's an issue that we need to obviously address. IHS did get fully funded for the first time in forever to meet their water deficiency list. So we really do need to focus on improving the performance in our communication as a whole community with IHS and getting them to help us deploy those resources, because they got multiple billions of dollars to be able to do stuff. And a lot of the community projects that went through the DCD portal are eligible and can be eligible, or we need to do some background work on it to make them eligible for these future IHS dollars that we're talking about as we go through processes. And that's really where we need to kind of work on. Now, as far as the question you talked about, the smell from one of the wastewater lagoons, you can tell me which lagoon a little bit later, but the Ganado Lagoon is looking at being relocated and expanded. So I don't know if that helps. There is dollars in the wastewater collection and dollars in the wastewater lagoon section, which I can point to, that helps us deal with some of the issues that Mr. or Delegate So talked about and you talked about, meaning helping us get in compliance where we need to build some new fences, we need to put in some more riprap, we need to remove some sludge. Those dollars are built into this, into the wastewater treatment place that's inside the packet that's in front of you. I turn. All right, we'll try again. So one of the things that was mentioned, you talked about sections C1, C2, and C3, and specific information you wanted from those sections. That specific information would need to be given to you from Jason John. Those sections are not NTUA sections. They're Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources. And again, you asked about how we calculate costs when we do various projects and don't list out a specific site related to that project. We do them based on our historical averages, our historical issues, we also look at how many miles of line we would actually replace in that project or build. So those are how those project costs are built, and they're also escalated with inflation when they're built out over years 2 and 3. So we do our normal project estimates. Move on to all right, let's, I was going to talk about Mr. Begay's request. Let's try again. Okay. Wanted to address Mr. Begay's. He has some very good insight in the process. We could be more helpful as far as from a customer service standpoint and getting some numbers together so that when people come in, they know how to reach other folks. That's a good suggestion. There is a big issue with home site leases in general, because again, NTUA cannot connect somebody up with unless they have a residential lease or a home site lease. And again, that's not an NTUA requirement. That's a requirement that the Navajo Nation places on the NTUA. And again, that's something that you could look towards addressing along with the right-of-way issues potentially. And if you were able to do those, it would greatly expedite our ability to get things done. In addition to that, it would actually reduce the costs of some of the projects pretty significantly in the things that we do. So those are wonderful opportunities to be able to improve the process and help get more things done. The one thing I do want to explain is when we do project estimates, it's just an estimate. The actual only allowed costs that we're allowed to get reimbursed for are the actual costs. So if our estimate is greater than what it actually cost us to do, that money stays in that budget category to help more people and to do more jobs, right? And that's a very important concept through the process. And it's important for us to be as efficient as possible. We learned a lot from the CARES Act. We learned a lot in just the fact that we said we were going to only do about 450 homes with the money that you gave us, and we did almost 757 homes, and we still had money left over, okay? So we are trying and will continuously try to improve our processes and deploy those dollars to help the unmet needs of the Navajo people. And the reason we also talk about half mile from a building or from a water line, again, it falls directly back to right of way and the cost to serve the home. If it's many miles from a line, it can take me 3+ years just to get the right of way, and the cost to connect that one home is expensive, and also the quality of the water that they receive is not as healthy as it should be. So there's lots of reasons why there's some restrictions. And as far as the outstanding balance goes, we also negotiate and work with people to allow them to pay it off over time. And hopefully we will be able to work on some of those outstanding balances with some other programs. The last one I want to talk to is Delegate Otto. So the To the City Bridge we do work with our partners, NECA. You know, most of this work that's done is contracted out, especially on the water wastewater side. NECA is one of our major contractors, and then NECA subcontracts it to other folks. So we get pricing and work from them. Inside that same area where you're looking at wastewater treatment, in that various locations, that's helping us do your type of riprap and to also do fencing and other things that were brought forth. And you brought up all that old clay pipe that's out there. If you looked at it, and I talked to you earlier about the lining projects, the slip lining projects, that's exactly what the slip line does. It goes into that clay pipe ahead of time, prevents it from breaking, and creates a whole new seal going forward. So we have those items built into this program, and they're various because even in Shiprock, it needs slip lining. Tuba City has areas that need slip lining. Fort Defiance and Window Rock have areas. So those things have been looked at and we're working towards those. And I believe I've tried to answer all the outstanding questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haas from Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. Let me continue on down. I have Che, Honorable Keon Begay. Are you on the line? For the record, Honorable Yellow Hair is here with us.
Speaker, Keon,
Che, floor is yours.
can you hear me? Okay. Yake, Shanta, Ado Kodo, Ndahasosnaki from NTUA. Oh, you bahata isi taita Kodo, Dilate, Konda Sedo, Ado Tot Nakia Hatot, Ado Tocheta, Lido, Leshiki, Niki. Two areas I want to address to NTUA, Mr. Haas, and you are aware of this. I sent a statement to the Navajo Nation leadership regarding the failed septic system, and I know that you are not the only entity to resolve or provide recommendation. I know IHS and probably needs to have a say-so in this particular issue or on this particular issue. I've sent some pictures. These pictures that are coming directly from my community of Low Mountain, Touchy Bugat, Celina, Cottonwood, Noslini, and mini farms. We have a lot of failed septic system on the Navajo Nation, and I'm not sure what will it take for the program, the government, and even ourselves as elected officials to understand how much of a health issue it is for a lot of these wastewater just being pulled up around the house while the young kids are playing around it, or even livestock or dogs, I guess, drinking a lot of these wastewaters. But I believe that we really need to go back to the drawing board, set aside a certain amount of funding. I did request for input of how much it's going to cost to fix these particular septic system. Some say that it just needs a minor with the current system in place. Another says that a whole system has to be replaced at a different location, and so on. But the one thing that I'm sure some people will continue to say that this is the responsibility of the homeowners. I'm sure it is, but with this dollar funding that's been allocated, I believe if it's allowable, a lot of fundings could be utilized for this particular purpose. So I'm asking that I did ask and told the leadership that this is the one area that I want to make sure that a certain amount of funding is allocated for each of the 110 communities. It's just a matter of how many failed septic systems are out there. I have received close to 20 so far, and again, the challenge is that we can't reach out directly to all of the Navajo people because of the some areas they don't have internet service when you post information on the internet. But that's one area. NTUA. Of course, the same question goes to NECA, IHS, and other entity that deals with failed septic system. Now, the second question is that I know we're talking about wastewater, but we've talked about the light bill issue. And again, yesterday through social service, they provided some information about having some funding available to pay individuals' light bill. So we need to have a strategy, again, to help our Navajo people pay their light bills. And again, the reason why we need to do this is that all these federal fundings that have been distributed, a lot of them are for that purpose. We have people in the metropolitan area getting their rents paid for more than 6 months. And any other utility expense. So I don't see a reason why we the Navajo Nation government won't be able to help our Navajo people in the same fashion. I mean, out of this $2 billion that the Navajo Nation has, I'm sure there's a small amount of funding could be set aside to clear out all of our Navajo Nation light bill that had been accumulated since last year. Ako shinantana sliniki kudo bahasiki na kiko has pon chongi cheta sliniki la it oh yud nen sliniki sabat ta chon elahit asa to base of the dot as oh cheto need to lay hanet na base of to le ebe na shiko kudo every community, every chapter to create the base of the banda hito and so aja bindi joba cheta dot ni that art and day toba and another nako stock has not base of bahato base of in zendo list ko Asian quake based on Lingi Babs Ato and the stop of Hakoti need a stock sato other the Chikunaba has Siki a quajet and then Lingi oh you dig at light bill Lingi be electricity to you or the end that is label that the whole just Koko or huge kodo the nan liniki hit ashi sister has kodo hit ashi sato based on linki does link to you kodo ape a majority of our Navajo people are self-employed, especially jewelry makers that do rug weavers. All last year there were the closure of a lot of these reservation tribal parks that ego other and that need to say the base of yes of its on that oh you okay that nestle a carbon nadik do hasha be bakati cha the shniki to niki agent to ICA that heki bin a base in that don't that latin a call a stop based on niki bandiness. So I guess the question is being posed to I don't know chief of staff is there, but legislative council is drafting up a legislation to get funding out of the UUFB to cover this particular process. But the president, President Nez had issued a statement saying that no more UUFB and no more citizen allocation. No yin hitchhazi na sto. But what in the jud never cut these or thought never cut or was it able yeah according to based on the banded dot off what need a back and go to 8 AJ Bahasane could not so ski or not so people net the store. So you see Kishin Kodo water line power line Ninigi and then the other area Kodo the connection between the boundaries, chapter boundary. One an example, live mini farms. They what at the tail end mini meals waterline projects. The net mini farms you can't any there at the phase 7. In order for them to get the water line, the water line from rough up area that has to be done first. So that ego you the waiting of the main trunk line to be installed. Other chapters, those that live in our district, they're waiting for that water the main trunk line to be installed. In the three Turkey Ruins area, in the down Adangi. Three Turkey Ruins area community agenda Bahatoljish, drink it north Ben Yada the go water dash in low mountain area just another chapter then jetted to then dash Bahatoljish no Ben So a lot of these areas, is sometimes the initiation of the water line project starts from a different chapter, but a part of it goes into another delegate's district. So a lot of times we really can't push or tell chapters that they need to do a lot of these things in their area while community members are waiting for that first phase or the second phase to start. So what that earlier by colleague the right of way call Kodo, maybe Mr. Tom Patero, Joy Argent Lounge with the call Kodo Brace Argent that 186 million, a call to the Resource and Development Committee, a EPA, Land Department, Fish and Wildlife, other historical preservation, in which had the Hasi, go a take baseball, baseball, then Yenda do, the Shigi adequate need, yet, then there's only 2 or less than 5 that works for the whole Navajo Nation to get these paperwork out and hit the need. So maybe those particular programs need to work with Mr. Patero to say that how much of that funding could be allocated to those programs to really expedite, finalize these right-of-way required documents. Called a kudo recommend a so did ashin kudo sato bahasito into a present a ilagi speaker here.
Thank you, Honorable Keelan Begay. That, let me continue on down. I do have Vice Chair Smith on water and wastewater. Colleagues, before I go to Vice Chair Smith, just a reminder, it's 2:15 right now. We have an hour and 45 minutes to cover broadband, home electricity connection, housing, bathroom additions, and hardship. Vice Chair Smith, what is yours?
Testing, testing. Good afternoon, Shananta, those that are still here with us this afternoon. Thank you for the report there, Mr. Haas, or is it Hess? One or the other? Okay. I heard someone say Hess, and I said, isn't it Haas? But beside the point, back to the water issue. I was looking at the exhibits under C10, and it sounds like a pickup truck back in the days. $9,809,238 is being allocated. We have a project, and I think that's going to be a question for Dr. Yellowman later on too, if we have time to actually entertain the bathroom additions. My question is, how do you work hand in hand with that? Because NTUA, NECA, and the CARES money at the time, NECA was contracted out to put the bathroom additions, and then NTUA came in and provided the final inspection, and IHS did the hookup, and in that kind of a three-way tier. My question is this $9 million, it says drinking water, other water infrastructure. I'm trying to decipher how that's going to be played out, because when I look at the whole document through C through 1 through 10, it hardly indicates anything within the chapters that I represent. And kind of dismayed, I guess you could say. And I don't want to take this back to the chapters and say, and the chapters are going to say, well, what's going on, Mr. Smith? We would like to have water. You know, we need water. The question is, Speaker and Mr. Haas, we had allocated $5 million for the Wide Ruins Water Phase 2, and $120,000 was given to Water Resources. And $120,000 is still floating out there somewhere. We just kept getting kicked back and forth, and I hope this doesn't happen with the ARPA funds. I'm thinking, Speaker, since that $5 million was allocated through the citizen funds, could that be reallocated into the ARPA funds and put that on the fast track to ensure that Wide Ruins does get their water for 42 families out there? And that also entails bathroom additions. And I think I saw Dr. Yellowman around here earlier. Hope she's still in the, I see her, okay, there you are. The Wide Ruins project is something that we're really looking forward to. And also to the water rights. I understand water rights is supposed to be allocated some funding. And in order to get the water from the Gallup Water project, we have to have water settlement. And we need water down in the areas of Lupton, Hauk, Sanders, and Atzil, and all up to Wide Ruins and Plagato. I'm hoping that we can get that accomplished, because there was several projects that were promised, or not promised, yeah, I guess you could say promised, such as Bluestone, and unfortunately that never materialized because of the water issue. The capacity is not enough to develop, I heard, carrying capacity or more development. These are the things I'm concerned about. But back to the C10, it doesn't really indicate who's who on this. It's just a vague statement saying this project consists of installing water lines or cistern systems to homes located on the Navajo Nation. And you know, Navajo Nation's 27,000 square miles. So how do we get on this pecking order in order to be sure that the communities within our area, they're not close to the main line? Fortunate that the 23rd Council had appropriated the funds for Q84, and that was an IHS project. We actually gave IHS the money, and IHS is supposed to be doing these things. And that's why I ran with legislation saying, United States President, Congress, fund some more money to IHS so they can get that SDS fulfilled, at least on a daily or on a yearly annual basis. We're pumping money into that. And I'm happy that we did pump money into that, but it took 5 years for this to happen. And that 5 years is finally, we see progress with the pipes being installed in the Hauk area, going up towards Burnt Water and towards Sanders. So this project that we're talking about, put new water lines in, it also entails right-of-ways and stuff like that. And we need BIA to waive those, or say we can push these things a whole lot quicker, because this is COVID-19. COVID-19 doesn't play politics. COVID-19 doesn't care who's who. And we are trying to get water across chapter lines, across right-of-ways, across allotted lands. And Speaker, with your leadership, I think we should call in BIA. We did talk to Greg Mehu, I think that's how you pronounce his name. Forgive me if I pronounce his name incorrectly. However, I did mention that to him when he was at the Naabik'íyáti. That right-of-way is a big issue on the federal side. But I do support this legislation that we do need to get water to our folks. And I'm glad that we finally got something in place here. The other question I have too is, I know that the chapter is going to ask us, they're going to look through this. They're going to say, how do we get on to this legislation? Is it too late? Can we do an amendment? Because we have not passed this legislation. It's going to go to Naabik'íyáti with a special session. And I'm sure there's going to be amendments going to be entertained, whether it's the language, whether it's projects, or whether it's other things that council delegates are going to be looking at. But right now, we're just doing an overall view of 0257-21. And that's what I was listening for in order to get the chapters that I represent and the Navajo Nation as a whole, when we get to the council, saying, in other words, this is how the process, this is how the procedure is, and this is how you get your projects in there to get the funding from ARPA so that we can get these water. Of course, there's other factors to this, like every time I hear it's got to be shovel ready. There's criteria in here that I see regarding the expenditure, I guess, plan, I could say, such as the home must be found to be physically feasibly to live in, foundation, needs to have power, dot, dot, dot. I don't want to go down the list, but it has the eligibility criteria, which is in here. And most of our folks are like, we don't have power, we don't have water, we don't have a livable home. That's why they're looking at a livable home. They're looking at getting the right of way done. They're looking at electricity. All these things are combined together. So we're picking and choosing as we go along. We need to do this holistically and say, okay, later for that, Shamasan, Ajasatagi, Howanbado, Mitigi, Batitika, later thought Ajat, Kid any Bajo Baya, Diko Yalagi, Constaniligi, Epa. Babachata the Nito A Ajata Bacado was Edat Agi. In other words, let's help the ones that are way out there that really need help in a holistic way, because if we just run water past them and they don't have a livable home, they're going to say, well, here we go again. There's no help for me and I don't have any voice in this. So Speaker, with that, I'm concerned about the length of time. Is there a way that we could open the door to have NTOA, IHS, NECA? We're relying on them, but there's going to be so many orders that's going to come in, and it's like a cook line, and it's like one chef. As you go, COVID-19, if you sit in one of the restaurants, you sit there and you expect to have them waitress come by, give you a drink or give you some food. They say, you got to wait. We're serving over here and I'm doing my best. We don't have anybody to help us. And there's only one or two people in there and it takes time for that to happen. So how can I see the signs in the restaurant saying help wanted, but yet the help is not there to help them to facilitate. It's kind of like in that scenario. How do we address that? Because if you look at the state, the county, they can redress resources on a dime like that. They can have a committee come in, say, okay, we got X number of dollars, advertise, get company contractor A, contractor B, contractor Z will fund these 3 projects to these contractors, get them going. Not to say we're trying to bump out the enterprises, but to help them to push this along to get these things done, because 2026 is just around the corner. We're already into December. We've already ate up 2021. And I was thinking 2022 is in the future, but that's just not even 30 days away now. So these are the things I'm looking at, Speaker. How do we address that? How do we get this going? Shenandoah, President, executive side, how do we open that door? We need to redress them. We need to say, coulda, hey, and then get these projects underway and get them going and then pay them out. I know we have the expenditure thing saying that we can use external, but how do we tweak that? And I heard about business the other evening, and it was encouraged to look outside and get bona fide quality contractors that can come in and do the work that they can perform and get this done. I brought that same idea to IHS, and IHS says, oh yeah, you can do that, Mr. Smith. By the way, here's the plans, but we're not going to give you the plans. They're going to have to develop that. Come on now. It's going to cost more than what you're trying to do. We got it at this cost. That's the kind of games that they like to play. It's like, don't play in my sandbox. If you want to come in my sandbox, these are the rules and parameters that you're going to have to abide by. So I'm speaking on behalf of getting these things going. Electricity, water, wastewater, homes, home sites, water lines out there to the folks, drinking water, and eventually roads too. That will be another avenue to talk about. But these are the things I want to bring up, Speaker, and I'm hoping I'm keying out on what is really needed out there. So how can we actually change those within our Navajo Nation laws? Because in this 257, it says we're exercising our sovereignty. So if we're exercising our sovereignty, then we can change some laws to at least address what I'm talking about. And it's like getting more help on board Navajo Nation. So I'd like to present that and say that. And thank you again, Speaker, for doing this work session. Mr. Howes, appreciate your help and getting these things done. People are happy out there. Some are not happy, but we can't please everybody, but we'll try to do what we can in order to get this ARPA money utilized. I'd like to see it utilized at the 100% of what it's intended for. Thank you, Speaker. Appreciate that. And President of the Navajo Nation and Vice President and those that are here and staff, I hope that we can all work together to push this forward and push this big monster and get it rolling. And it took the twins to do that. They had to strategize. They had to say, how are we going to defeat this? How are we going to overcome this? So they had to think outside the box and say, okay, maybe we have to do this, maybe we have to do that. But if we just keep rolling our wheels and trying to do the same thing over and over, that's a sign of kind of like insanity. Nothing changes. It's the same old thing. So these are the things I bring up. I can see if I can help in any way to facilitate this. And I did send a legislation to the United States to say, fund IHS some more money. Give them some more money. That's their responsibility. Let them get these things done. So Shananda, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. With that, let me go on down. Honorable Slater, are you there?
Speaker, can you come back to me? Thank you.
Yes. That, Madam Chair Charles Zugan. And then Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, put me in the queue. This is Daniel.
Colleagues, just as a reminder, time now is 1:30 and we have 5 more presentations. I mean, it's 2:30. We have another hour and a half for 5 more presentations. Another mic.
Thank you, Eugene. Thank you again, Mr. Haas, for answering the questions. I think with the right-of-way, I didn't hear a response regarding the right-of-way. I know that it has been a hot topic issue. And again, I think that that needs to be taken into consideration when we're talking about the definition of shovel-ready. But I do have a few questions. My first question is under Exhibit C4 for the wastewater treatment plant. That has been, I know for Shabbat community, it has been a project that does need to be funded. And I just want to make sure that when we're talking about the wastewater treatment plant, is this a new, like a new construction of a wastewater treatment plant? And is it going to be ready to be used? Okay, I see you nodding your head. Thank you. Number 2 is under C9, Exhibit C9, regarding the pump station. Is that project going to provide water to the families who are living at the Colorado-New Mexico state line? I just want to verify that they'll be able to turn on their faucets and have water coming out of their faucets. And technically, those families, actually, the way that the chapter boundaries are, the way that they're drawn out, those families technically fall into Delegate Rick Naz's area. But I've been trying to push to try to get these families connected to the water. So I just want to make sure that they are included and that, like I said, when they turn on their faucet, that water will be coming out. My third question is with the bathroom additions. I did ask NECA if I talked to Boo Van Nygren, and I asked, can we go to NECA to request bathroom additions? We have 9 families in Shiprock that need bathroom additions. And I do want to meet with my constituents to find out if there's more that do need bathroom additions. But with CARES money, Speaker, and also NTUA and NECA, not one family in the Shiprock community received a bathroom addition. And so I did verify that. With NTUA, I verified that with NECA. And so I want to make sure that this time around that we do have those families that are included with the bathroom additions. And so when I spoke to NECA, my understanding is we have to go through a Division of Community Development. And so the question that I had is, can we work directly with NTUA or directly with NECA to identify these families that need bathroom additions? There's one family in particular, and I requested that Boo visit, go with me to visit with that family that really does need a bathroom addition. And so, he said possibly next week, but even then he said, I don't have the final say so in adding these projects. So what I want to know is with the bathroom additions, do we go through NTUA to get approval? Do we go to NECA to get approval, or do we go through Division of Community Development to get approval when we're talking about bathroom additions? Again, keeping in mind that I have not asked my Shiprock community if they need, if they're in need of bathroom renovations or even bathroom additions. So that's another question that I have. The other question is the 2% allocation for the administrative costs on CJY-41-21, section 4G, page 6 of 13. Is that 2%, like, do you guys already have that included? And these are for the entities. Do you guys already have that 2% administrative cost included into your budget? And is that reflected in the budget justifications that have been provided to us? And then the last question is, and Speaker, I'm going to request your help on this. I know that, water rights have been an issue, a long-standing issue on the Navajo Nation. I know in the Shiprock community, we often hear our rights are flowing right down the river. What I want to know is, what can we do to get a reservoir in the Northern Agency to store water coming through the San Juan River? And I know that I did have that conversation with Rex Kuntz. I've also been trying to engage the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to have that conversation. But my understanding is, I believe the Ute tribe in Colorado had that included as part of their agreements with their water rights settlements. And so I've often asked, why didn't Navajo include that in their agreements? And I know that this was prior to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, but I know that if we were to move forward with this project, it would require NTUA to be a part of it, and it would also require council to be a part of it. But what I would like to do is have that conversation to possibly, look into this reservoir, because I think it would increase tourism. It would also store water, and we also wouldn't see our rights flowing right beside us every day. And I think that there's so many benefits that could come out of this reservoir if we could start having that conversation. So those who are getting ready to run, use that as your idea. But I do want to have that conversation on what we can do and where do we even start. And so if I know when I went to DC, I did bring it up with Senator Lujan to ask him, for his assistance in, how do we go about getting this going? And from what I was told is they would look into it, but it would probably start with council. So Speaker, if we could start looking into establishing this project going. So, two things have come out of, I think, the discussions from yesterday and today. One is the new manufacturing company that would help to develop homes using NECA out of Sherbrooke. And now the second one that I would really like to see is the reservoir being built there in the Northern Agency to capture those waters that legally belong to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles. With that, let me go on down. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Haas, appreciate your response. Speaker, and then this, I think this question will directly go to Chief of Staff of the OPVP, Schitzler, Mr. Paulson. As we listen here, the concerns that we have regarding the implementation of this wastewater. I think as we hear from Mr. Haas, NTA mentioned that there's part of this application that belongs to the Navajo Nation. So as a nation here, as a leader here, what do we do here? So looking at this, the flow chart, under section of home site leases, which includes the archaeological and biological clearances, to help NTA process this application, we need some bodies, we need workers to do that. I think the best way to do it, talking to Bitta here, as a former director for Division of Natural Resource, I think we can do is we can contract. I think we're here to I think we're all here gathered here to how we can help this process, to help the community, and not just say there's a boundary here, we cannot do it, this belongs to the nation and things like that. I think we need to get together and start addressing some issues here. So as under executive branch, I think is there a way that we can contract some of these processes under the home site? Then when it comes down to right away, to help expedite the service line agreements, which I know the NTA will be given that SLA to Navajo Nation General Lease Development Office. That's where we need some more workers there. Can we contract those positions? How can we do it with this fundings? So with other, I think we can address some of these issues, because for one example, there's some people that I met. They live not too far from the power line. I asked them why they're not applying for that. They said they don't have home site lease. I said, you can get it. Then they told me that we have our name under allotment. So when we have our name over there, they told us that we cannot get a home site lease on the trust land. Said, no, you can do that. So these are the questions people are out there. They don't know these kind of processes. So I think even now, there's people out there that we can help them to get these home site lease. Though I don't know clearance again. I thought about this case got support Paulson. She's in that. What are they? I don't manage this. I did executive branch. I saw how can we help? What are they? They suggestion or any where can we put it? If we can amend this process, can we do that? And maybe we can put allocate some fundings within that area. Hey, I just wanted to share this information with you. Suggestion, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Brigade. With that, let me go ahead and turn the floor back over to Mr. Walter Haas at this time for response.
Thank you. I'd like to, I'm going to keep my responses brief for the sake of time. Delegate Kealan Begay, the failed septic systems are replaceable by IHS. They're required to replace them if they installed them. We need to work with them to identify these folks and get them on a list. As far as the utility bills that you're referring to, their light bills, we have been working with the Navajo Nation Department of Social Services on the low income heating assistance program dollars to help get those reduced, and also on WAHEAP, which is the water version of low income folks for water and wastewater services. They did get some other allocations that we're working on them to help lower the outstanding dollars that are out there. And we're looking at a couple of other opportunities, not using the ARPA dollars, to see if we can get folks that are above those income levels taken care of. So we are trying to work on those two issues. Delegate Raymond Smith, you asked us how do we coordinate the bathrooms? We're going to talk about bathrooms later, but we work with the Department of DCD and NECA and ourselves as a group. There's a bunch of projects came through DCD. There's projects that are coming through the delegates and through the Navajo Nation and others. We're working together to create a list of folks and try to take care of as many as possible. I do want you to know that we have over 5,000 folks requesting bathroom additions, and we only have dollars right now for a little over 1,000, and we'll get to that later. But we do have a mechanism, and we are working together, and we are also trying to coordinate after we get through our eligibility criteria. If they're farther than a half a mile from a line, then we're looking at doing a cistern system so that they could at least get some level of service. We did have some in N2A's request because there's just such a great volume of need. And some of the ones that are identified under the bathroom areas don't fit the same criteria level as what we have. So I would strongly recommend that folks fill out the application at the N2A offices as soon as possible. It'll help us cross-reference the needs that already DCD has already gotten and NECA's gotten, and we can get out there as soon as possible. From a scoping standpoint, N2A goes out before any costs are charged, gets the application and goes out and checks to see if the house is livable and all that other eligible criteria. If a house isn't eligible, there are housing dollars that are going to be talked about later. That's another opportunity for folks. So we have to look at all these opportunities. And from the bigger water supply sideline that you talked about repeatedly, you did help, as all the delegates did, getting IHS fully funded. Now we've got to help and get IHS to get fully deployed, which might be a little harder than getting fully funded, but you've done a great job starting with that. Delegate Newton, I'm smiling because the water reservoirs is something I've been advocating for, and it's something I'm very interested in for all the same things that you said. What I was disappointed is we were trying to get through the Navajo Gallup water rights, a water settlement, we were trying to get them to do part of a reservoir. So we can talk about those things, but everything you said is very true. All those things, all those attributes, jobs, vacations, all that type of thing, tourism would be connected with that. I kind of answered the question already about the bathroom additions and how we all coordinate out. It is true that there was no bathroom additions laid out in the CARES Act that were specifically targeted with projects because we only had 4.5 months. So we actually had to have projects that were already vetted. This time around, we have a much larger opportunity. Again, I would strongly suggest that you get your applicants in through an N2A district office. Allow us to directly work with DCD and NECA to evaluate. And we're also going to try to group them together. And we're also going to try to spread them around. But by grouping them together when we construct, we lower the costs, create efficiencies, and the goal is to get more than 1,000 done at the same prices. And there's a lot more to talk about that. We'll go into those later. Yes, the admin 2% is in all of our budgets. The admin 2% is incorporated in every budgeted item. And I believe I answered all the questions, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to Honorable Paulson Chaco for response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. There was a question posed from Honorable Delegate Begay regarding home site leases. We are in the process of, Mr. Begay, we have also been in contact with NTUA and recommendations from the various entities, and Valinda is working with Fish and Wildlife at this point to get a contract for a contractor on board and to expedite these home site lease documents. I do believe there are over 200 that are sitting there that we need to move quickly, and I believe we can do that within a short amount of time once we get those contractors on board. As we indicated in a previous discussion with regarding the support costs, there are positions identified in those programs and departments, but those positions will take time to develop and take time to put actual persons in those positions, going through the regular human resources program. But in lieu of that, we're going to contract that out and move forward in some of those areas that we can't fill right away, positions right away. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much with that, Mr. Chaco. Let me go back to the floor again. We are on, if you're joining us, we are having a work session on legislation 0257-21. We are currently on the presentation of the expenditure plans. We're on the first one, which is water and wastewater, presented by Mr. Jason John and Walter Haas from NTUA, Mr. Jason Johns from Navajo Nation's Water Management Branch. And we do have up next is Honorable Herman Daniels.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'll make it short. I want to say thank you to NTUA and also Water Management. Several years ago, a while back, Navajo Nation Council, we approved wastewater expenditure plan for some projects throughout the Navajo Nation. And I'm just wondering how many of those projects are completed and how much of those dollars has been spent. And also, I want to know how many of those projects were completed and not completed, and dollars. How much of those dollars were spent, and how much are unspent. So that's what I'd like to know. And moving forward, throughout the Navajo Nation, that's an area where the need is huge throughout the Navajo Nation. Not every home has running water, especially during this pandemic. We say to our Navajo people, wash your hands for 20 seconds. Within that 20 seconds, the Christian would say like a gallon that you use washing your hands. So and then rate how we go throughout the Navajo Nation. Especially in my region, just not in my region, but it's all over. The great Tall Mountain area, Paiute Mesa area. So that location is between Ojeto and Navajo Mountain. Just the other day, RDC, we made a tour in that area. So so they're pretty well aware of the situation out there. So I see we received some of the federal government dollars, the $2.1 billion. Back in when we approved the wastewater expenditure plan we haven't moved yet. We're just at a standstill. At that time, one of my projects within my region was on there, the Halchita water treatment plant, and it's still being mentioned now today. Mr. Chair, and thank you very much.
That, thank you, Honorable Daniels. Let me go on down to Honorable Eugene So.
Yeah, that's okay. The Naabik'íyáti, just looking at our agenda. This is Naabik'íyáti work session. And the legal opinion on that one, if it's the same. That's what we're doing, is like a word. I want to give that to Dana, see how she's going to explain that one. Very Chris I have two issues that it's an issue for the legal people. I don't know what kind of laws can be applied to in that regards. Funds that comes down from Congress, federal government, seems that we are the same way as other tribes, a reservation. But other tribes they live in villages and they don't have bigger reservation. A Navajo Nation, we live in remote area. And some of these funds cannot be really put on the ground in that regards. Because, an example, on Navajo Housing Authority, they had to have it in a cluster. We take it out there to the people. And that same regards to the NTUA. My question is to the NTUA is where these lines are. Do we have all the people in the remote area? That's where the Navajos live. And then these land which eat on them, I believe a few years back, 2000, there was an executive order, 1317.5. Executive branch, which are departments, agencies, to engage in the travel consultation. And yeah, on policies to strengthen the government to government relationship. Aro nast age and nanahago. Age application solved as a presidential memorandum. 57881. Eight opet zero na yisla to engage in implication of the executive order 1317.5. The travel consultation policies is needed but don't need. Or God, a few days ago, 2018, there was another MOU that was signed regards to agricultural and interior secretary and BIA office, or a former service. They became in effect in 2020. Government to government, Indian tribes. It's just they just don't know. But in those orders, some of these, not some, I think all of that is what we're discussing right now. Because of those funds. Okay. Such as Choto, Anson, they have only that Asia that is high. Yeah, the honey. So this home site, I would like to give it to Dana's office too. If Dana is listening to me. There's two Nakhe, which is the Navajo Nation Code, in regards to home site. The one that recently was approved with the land department. That's mostly westernized. There has no cat in that one. But the Title I, the people caught is now. In there, I need that opinion. Because some people on the reservation still live by Title I. I has Aniki who wanted now. Hashi, a Naabik'íyáti, the medicine will go out there and make a survey. At Hashi, a Naabik'íyáti son of Rego, Shiniki, that is Chiho, that is Chazo. Kanda the cliff, but that all the haters in. I wrote to the king, but not a hot club. Ada Hanani seed. I wrote the highest gas, but that are the center now. What are in a car, it had Hashi and Kiyaka. I don't know. I should say to any either. The next, I don't know. Teach that about the hospital. 下面那啲錢都係把它寫 About at the Hollow. Kaich down is the Kaich Yano song. That I've been need it on the way as although these just chart that in I don't get that in what I can in this I didn't where I take what it need. It's side that move this way. What I has on this. I think I bet the all clear. So all the clearance they hold on. The Title I shall hold down to ask that question. If Title I is still in effect within our code. If it is, we have a homestead policies in there, the Navajo way. I should either. It can be used, I think, by somebody, and they can sue that. If we say no, they might sue us for that because it's already in the Title I. The crack already had this in some. I want to ask these legal people if that Title I is still in the code. If it is, we need opinion on it. Which one is has more authority, the new one homesite lease or the Title I homesite lease? A question, not the kid all this. I don't the issue in regards to the 638, these projects, and I believe somebody said a lot of things about shovel ready. In Title I, everything's shovel ready. I can't behallo, not the ship. She don't, if I can't behallo. There is a time for irrigation. Everybody helps. There is a time when the first cut, hey, everybody helps. Baling time, everybody helps. Sharing time, the better is the case, everybody's there. They're already shovel ready, everything's shovel ready in that within Title I. So到之前的好像有啲專業，我個人是說的，那解釋過，I don't so speak the Title I。啲佢個卡都得個順利嘅就從英國，你係按你那嘢先得，你是不係得？ So every now go yeah, he based on the he or chung ego because any best can meet you on it they should this for the no. It's so you had to wear it in July or August. If you're not wearing it, you're wearing it in the winter time in December, they might sue you for it. They might you need to give that money back. What Anna hasn't because on it. So we need to revisit some of these 638 also. Some might be outdated where whatever funds is coming with, we can't even put it on the ground for our people. And my question there is, and I'm going to get my electric wire over there where my sheep are in the mountains, and my water from IHS. You know, my grandkids don't want to see me because I don't have electricity. They rather look at a TV or recharge their battery so they can play their games. So every night I go the never only illegally non-Chinabi so it's on the future. Our future generation. Because we took them all to the trusted home over here where development is. We took everything away from them. Now we have crimes, bootlegging, drug abuse, spouse abuse. You name it, it's there. This is stock, we got gains, when the sun goes down, you can't go out and Chinle, you have to lock the door. So that's the reason why it's like that. When are we going to change it? So it is what I could about him. So it based on the credit one don't late it all. What I had that base. So it is over on Sindo, not that kid. Dana says that Title I is still effective, or how much teeth does it have? Can it hold ground? Aisha, I don't the electrical line. Will it give me electrical over that hill? You know, one sort of speaker should say. With that, thank you.
Okay, with that, thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So let me go on down to Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater, are you there?
Yes, Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the presenters and you, Speaker, for presenting the legislation. I guess want to make a few comments and ask a couple questions. So one, I really agree with what Delegate Karate said regarding the relationship to COVID and how that should be really at the forefront in the contemplation and construction of these legislations, because that was the purpose for which this funding was provided to the nation. That said, I think it's logical that a lot of the reasons for spread and the way to mitigate it is to improve our infrastructure so that everyone has access to clean, safe drinking water and water to sanitize their hands. And additionally, on the housing piece, we can talk about broadband later. But just looking at this, and I want to reiterate the request to have, you know, a summary provided of the legislation and how the logic was developed for inputting different types of projects. For example, I think it was Mr. John who expressed, or maybe it was Mr. Haas, that the bipartisan infrastructure bill includes $3.5 billion for the IHS, you know, sanitation deficiency listing, and that's great. But I don't think that the communication from the Speaker's office or from the President's office has effectively conveyed that point, that we are purposely choosing capacity or system-wide projects because they would not be eligible for funding from any other source and ordinarily would take a lot longer in order to piece together all the funding from ratepayers to support these project costs. And I think that that needs to be provided to our people, because otherwise it just looks like it's a handout to NTUA and not a benefit to the system-wide infrastructure that is required to benefit or to build this nation. And I really, really want to stress that point, that this needs to be sold, because it doesn't look like it is helping the ordinary Navajo citizen who has to haul water on a daily basis. It just looks like it's going to these system-wide improvements, and there's no explanation within this legislation to say, this is why we're choosing this is not why we're choosing this. And everything is orally conveyed. It has been orally conveyed, which means that either people are not able to memorialize this information on paper, purposely, or they just don't think that's important. But it is incredibly important because there needs to be a record, either for when we go to solicit funding from Congress or the states, or to just have a record for future legislators to understand why certain things were chosen or not chosen in the construction of this legislation. And I think that really needs to be beefed up. And without it, I don't know how I can support this legislation. I don't know how a lot of this council can support this legislation. Because again, I look at $155 million going to New Mexico, $102 million going to Arizona, and a pittance going to Utah. And I don't see a single water project that's going to benefit my people without running water in my district. Now, I could go to them and explain, well, I think this is what they were thinking, that, oh, IHS is going to have funding come down the line and we'll be able to plug these in here. But we're not even really getting that now. And the only time that's been conveyed was just, an hour or 45 minutes ago, or however long ago it was when that point was brought up. And people need to know then what is going to be the process for ensuring they're going to be connected with the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act funding that's coming down the line. What is the nation going to do to advocate for them when they purposely chose not to include, say, a well in their area, to at least close the distance on how far they have to go to haul water? So I really think that needs to be articulated, and somebody, and Speaker, I believe it's you because you're the sponsor, you need to grab the bull by the horns and just do it. We cannot keep deferring around to this circus of different people presenting the same stuff that they've done for the past, I don't know how many months, just saying the same thing over and over and over again. And I know a lot of the presenters feel like they have to do that because we keep asking the same damn questions. But, I want to see more clarity and effective communication on what the process has been and what the benefits are to this bill. To say that there is a dollar amount that's being invested does not automatically equate to an impact. And so on the NTUA project specifically, I want to know, here is where we were at pre-COVID. Here is where we're at during the pandemic at the height of the lockdowns, and here where we're at after the lockdowns in the present situation. These are the stressors that have been placed on the system. I'm talking about like real numbers and helping to educate us on what are these numbers that affect the distribution of water or power or broadband during this time period. Because we as legislators need that information. I can't just be a general, we're going to improve the system so that we can then spend more money on the extensions or spend more money on the maintenance or expedite, our deferred maintenance listings, or, we have to just pump more effluent out, or we have to get more water to certain areas. We need more detail other than these generic theories on how we're going to improve this system with this legislation. I want to see, okay, this Chinle distribution system was in fact impacted to this level. And this is why they need money for a sewage treatment plant. Or we need to upgrade the pipes over here, or the pump station over here, or increase the electrical capacity or the motors. And here is going to be the benefits. Not just a generic statement that this is the benefits. Because it looks like, okay, a utility handed a list and they were given a top line figure of what they can fit within that list. And that's how this was decided. And I know that there's a lot more that's got into it beyond that, but it's not being effectively conveyed to any of us as legislators or to the people at all. And I thought that it was important to emphasize these sort of nation building initiatives in the crafting of this whole process so that we could come around and develop that collective vision. But right now, it seems to be a somewhat divisive vision that is not building a common understanding. And one of those deficiencies is because of the lack of explanation on the COVID response, other than just there's increased needs. And then the second is there's a lack of communication on the direct benefits to the end user and our people. So I want to make that point first. Second, this other water infrastructure for 9.8 million. I'd really like to get a lot more detail on what those potential uses are. I brought up during, since the work session started, I think before the bill even passed, right? We started doing work sessions. How can we do a well drilling program? Is this something that'll be eligible, or is this only going to be for those service line agreements and cistern projects that folks have put in their applications for at NTUA? I think that's great. I think that that's really important to have that common vision, right? That we need young people, we need our families to be able to come home. They move next to their parents or grandma and grandpa, and then they don't have the funding to build all of this to their house. But maybe they have a job, they have a way to secure their future, but they need to make sure they can raise their kids in a safe environment. So, I think that's good. I wish that number were higher, but is there a way that we can, have these sort of metered NTUA potable drinking water stations for people to haul water so that they don't have to travel 30 miles one way, as a lot of people have to do in my district, just to get safe drinking water? I really think that that is something where there's a clear correlation between an individual and a family whose safety for their drinking water and for their sanitizing is made available to them. The burden is reduced, the costs are reduced, and that's directly eligible, and it's clearly something that you can convey to a citizen. You talk about the capacity, people's eyes get crossed because, you're trying to justify something. At a certain point, maybe you're not justifying something that's great. So those are the big things that I would like to say right now, but I really want to know in more detail about that 9.8 million. It's difficult to contemplate supporting something where, my chapters said, number one priority is getting these basic necessities to our relatives in our district that don't have these basic necessities. It's not anything beyond that, aside from maybe some assistance with utility payments or things like that. So thank you, Speaker, for the time, and I appreciate the time of the presenters.
Thank you very much, Honorable Slater. With that, colleagues, let's continue on down to Honorable Vince James.
Thank you. National Speaker. Ado Mr. Walter Hart. Members of the council and audience. In regards to IHS, when do you expect and plan to meet with IHS? I still want an answer in regards to when we would be able to sit down with IHS OEH to discuss this waterline project. And the reason why I really want an answer today is because the things that are listed, as you stated, you only take care of the main water line, and you don't tap on to that water line for homes. So there are several areas in my chapters that require a main water line out there in the boonies, out there in the real actual rural areas. One fine example is in Jedito, Goldwater Loop. And that Goldwater Loop comes from Bashpito Valley, comes from there all the way around. And there are some individuals, some families that were able to get bathroom additions done by NECA, and that was completed. But some of those bathrooms eventually won't be hooked up to water line because there's no main water line out in that loop area. Goldwater Loop is what they call it. And so now we have to convert this bathroom addition to a cistern system. And what makes it so complicated is that as NTUA, it's really hard to work with individuals there sometimes to say, hey, we need water pressures to be increased. We need water to come out faster. Because right now with Jedito, we have a garden hose that comes out of the chapter. And if we have a garden hose, it's hard for us to fill up a 750 water gallon tank. And that would take approximately about 4 hours with the garden hose. So as a delegate with the team that I have, we have to go to Ganado Fire District in Ganado because their water pressure is much faster to fill up a 750 water gallon tank, and then drive from Ganado all the way back to Jedito to Goldwater Loop. And how is this Goldwater Loop, the main water line, how is that any different from the Gallup water line difference? How is this project, Goldwater Loop, any different from the water line project that's going to Loop? And so there are several areas like that within my chapters that I run into. And you clarified and indicated that you only concentrate on the main water line. And this is where I'm trying to say, when is it that you're going to meet with IHS? Not the headquarters of IHS, because you know they're just running around out there and they don't know what's happening at the local level. Just what is reported to them by their agency at these hospitals. But when you actually go to the local level, in my case, it's Mr. Peter Little Hat and Ms. Leanne Tree. Those are the two individuals that work with these homeowners and actually go out on the field, not the headquarters staff in St. Michael's. And so those individuals probably have not even been to Jedito where I'm talking about this water line, have not even been to the places that actually need this main water line. And so when is it that we are going to sit down and meet with them? And so that will give you a different avenue, a different perspective to show you how dire a need we are in the 5 chapters that I oversee that needs a main water line. And then there's another fine example in Ganado. Like I said earlier, you're just running that water line past the whole valley of Ganado to Greasewood, to Bidahochi, down to Loop. But that whole valley from Hubble's, west of Hubble's trading post, all the way into cornfields, they have no water. But on top of the mesa, you're sure taking the water line to Loop. There's no funding to tap off or to make a T from the top of the mesa into the valley west of Hubble's. And that's been an ongoing project as well. And that's why I'm saying, what is it that we're doing with IHS OEH? And those individuals, those families in Summit, they were really, really excited to get water line because it was in the process this past summer. But due to the trench breaking down 3 times because there's a big old rock or whatever that they had to dig into. That funding that was towards that water line project had to be put to its stop because there's no more funding. So where is it that NTUA is stepping in to help these kind of scenarios? And that water line eventually goes into Sawmill area, which would be my colleague, Honorable Wilson Stewart. The Gold Water Loop actually reverts into my colleague, Honorable Key Allen Begay's area as well. And then the Sunrise Navajo Station area goes into my knowledge over there, Honorable Raymond Smith's area. And then part of Sunrise goes into Honorable Elmer Begay's area. So these are some of the main water lines that should be in this listing, and they're not in there. But when I go to IHS and OEH, it's in their listing to get that done. And so I don't know why we're not communicating with OEH to get those main water lines so we can move forward to tap onto those main water lines. And that's the exact same scenario with north of Kitlichi in Cross Canyon, where the old trading post used to be, 264 South. That whole valley in Cross Canyon don't have access to water. They need a main water line. Eventually will go into Honorable Raymond Smith's chapter area, Clagato area. That whole area, these areas that I'm identifying all need main water line, and they're not on the listing. And if we were to put those on the listing, most likely it's not going to be investing $38 million more into the Gallup waterline projects. This is how we are hurting at the local level. We need a lot of main waterline sources in our chapters. So when is it that we are going to sit down with IHS? What plans do you have to meet with these individuals, Mr. Peter Littlehat and Ms. Leanne Tree? And they're not at headquarters. And so that's my number one question. Another one is, you know, Dr. Shabala, I've been trying to ask him. Last meeting, I made a directive to President Nez. Provide us the listing. Jason John was here. We still haven't gotten that listing. Where is it that these information coincides, is consistent with all the resources that we have on the Navajo Nation? And it just really bothers me that Jason John and former employee John Leeper is a consultant with NTUA. As many years as we invested in Mr. John Leeper, it really disturbs me that he knows the whole history of this whole water line source. But yet, he's not helping us at the local level to install or to design these main water lines. They have the information, and that's why I've been trying to ask for this listing. What chapter is it that we're covering? And we're not getting that. I don't know how to move forward and say, hey, so Jason John, I asked President Nez the last meeting to make it a directive to Mr. Dr. Shabala. But then we have not received it. So just know that I have constituents out there that are hurting. And this is not my constituents, it's throughout the whole Navajo Nation. And so I will continue to bring that issue up. But thank you again, and thank you for your service and whatnot. And I tried not to be as mean as Honorable Elmer Begay. So just wanted to end with that. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vince James. Right, colleagues, any other further comments or questions? Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
I got Shatila, Speaker Damon, and then also for the delegates who are still here in the room and who are still online. Speaker, my question is, I think Honorable Vince James brought up a really good point, and that is the IHS listing. Can we get an IHS listing so that we can compare it to what has been submitted? And we can, obviously share that information with NTUA to make sure that the IHS listing on one side, we know what projects are there. And then the chapter, I guess, the projects that are coming out. I'm wondering if Division of Community Development did their homework before submitting this request, because we're still not getting the list. And to me, it is a little bit troublesome that we're talking about working together and we still don't know. We have a project summary list, which I've been running around, trying to get clarification on, going to NTUA, asking them, questions about, can I get this list? For instance, NTUA last mile, $31,852,642. And I just opened up Exhibit D, by the way, D as in dog. And if you read the expenditure plan detail, what really worries me is that DOJ, you guys didn't even ask where these projects are going to be going. And yet you guys are saying that it needs approval. And it just makes me wonder, is DOJ really being diligent in their work? Or are they just approving it saying, oh, well, NTUA needs $31,852,642 for a last mile project? Where are those projects going? Which communities are they going to? Because I feel like yesterday and today, we've been going in circles. Give us that listing. What is the secret? I mean, what's the big secret here? And I think our people deserve to know where money is going. Because if we're talking about being transparent, and if we're talking about being accountable, how can we achieve that if that listing has not been submitted to us? And again, I'm not saying, I'm not blaming NTUA and I'm not blaming you, Speaker. I think this comes from the executive branch. What is the big secret? Why will you not give us the list of the project or the communities that are going to be receiving these funding? Give us a list. Tell us. I believe in October, there was a meeting here at Twin Arrows. I did not attend, but we were told that a listing would be provided. And then at fall session, Delegate Vince James on the record asked for that list. And that list still, we were told on the record, we'll have it to you by Friday. We'll email. Am I correct, Delegate Vince James? They said Friday, right? That was the last day of fall session. We are 1 month past that time period, and we still have not gotten the list. So executive branch, President Naz, Vice President Leiser, what's the big secret? Why can't we see a listing of where this money is going, which communities are going to be served. Because that's what we're being asked right now. And I, for one, am running around trying to find out, specifically which projects are coming out of Shiprock. Thank you, Mr. Haas. You were very clear. I do have that listing. Thank you. And I'm happy with it. Even though it's 3 projects, I'm really, really happy with it. But, when we're talking about this money that's coming down, Speaker, and we're talking about being transparent, we need to let our communities know. Tuba City, you're getting this much money in water projects. Ganado, you're getting this much money in water projects. Delcon, you're getting this much money in water projects. Chinle, you're getting this much money in water projects. In addition to that, I want to know how many bathroom additions is each community getting? Because I've already stated that Shiprock for CARES received 0, none. And in fact, I can honestly say New Mexico got the less amount of money for CARES. If we're looking at these projects as a way of re-election, then just come out and say it. And this is why, colleagues, this is why I had a problem with the legislation to give money for these projects, CJY 4121, because now in a lot of ways, we pretty much gave up a lot of our power as delegates when it comes to funding, when it comes to projects, when it comes to getting this information. And now we're waiting on the executive branch to give us that listing. So please, please give us the listing. We can ask you as an elected officials, we can ask you, or we can share the number of president's office and have the people call to ask what projects are going to be happening in their community. So this is my last request, executive branch, to please give us this listing so that we know which communities are receiving assistance, and we can actually reach out to those communities to say you're getting some kind of help. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Colleagues, time now is 3:40. We have a hard stop at 4 o'clock. So we have to be out of here, colleagues. Moving on down, let me go to Honorable Jamil here, and then Honorable Otto So, and then I'll go back to Mr. Haas at NQA for response. Honorable Jamil here.
Oh, Yate, Shanat Ani, President Nasdaq, Vice President Lizer, Administration, the Executive Branch, Legislative Council to hear out on the DOJ. Thank you very much. I also had Honorable Councilman Shanat Ani, Speaker team, and said thank you. I want to make it very short here. A week ago, I met with Dr. Yellman, also Dr. Shapala, that one of the very important subjects I've been bringing this all the time is the mini mill waterline project. I brought this before under CARE area, which was unallowable because of the short-term contract. But this American Rescue Plan Act funds, it's eligible for a mini mill. But we did talk to Jason John to put this in here and just say proposal here. But looks like proposal are not finalized yet. I'd like to see my mini mill waterline project because there's people needs water in Peabody, like Mesa. About 250 people needs water some already connections for water. So that's what we need to get on. They've been hauling water ever since the day one, if the Peabody, and also in 1971. Back then, they're hauling water. They can't haul water right now because it's a higher elevation. The weather conditions is bad, snow, rain, snow. The weather is bad up there in Black Mesa. Equinea in Hichirish, Ashanat, Mashinigi, Tintin Councilman, DDA, many mill water line, I see you, and the twins and many mill water line project. Ba about Jahon the Todan, I use Shanat Arthur, Australia, a coheti could give money trust in the yacht etole. Aron that etoshnat, Aron Sini, Tobayasti, Anai, Todi Nia, Anai, Australia, to take advantage on the EPRA funds. ARC by any Lishanat, Aron Sini, even in Sadona way, yes, they call Sleepy now Mountain Water Line Project. So as part of the net hotels, it's an XPL area. We need water, not on. That's totally on Zendole. Arnabendasha, Tikro, Shina, Beshi Atodastin, windmill water line. Windmill, we ran out of water because of drought, and they said they had to deeper drill into the ground to get water for livestock. When Arodat BIA in your own Lebanon's case, they said they can't use federal funds to use work on MPL area. It was a Naabik'íyáti Kuro, Jason John, Kuro reservoir, earthen dam, and hard or least. And he told us, your electric, the eyes had not Tobandas, Lenny, Elekis on the Kayasho, Achit reservoir. That water supply is going to really need it to help a windmill got ashnat on it. Although snow with the we need water on ice at 20 here. The little biological shanat on cynical. Out of all units in the heart. And you know, she he's need Leo, collaborations. I say, he's that is. So don't forget, many Waterline project. DOJ, keep us in mind when it comes to talking about water. And there's all needs we need to cover as much as we can. Once I said, I say, thank you, Speaker. God bless. So NTOA, to here, once the still, he got this one, each end has in the harbor. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much with that, Honorable Jimmy here. That, let me go to our last speaker, Honorable so.
Okay. And well, back to the water listing. And some of my colleagues from Western is not here today. They were here earlier, but it really hurts me not to see the community a gap in there, or the Chi'i, or Copper Mine, or Kaibito, or Tonalia, or Shanto, Tsapi Kin. Now it's just on Coal Mine, Cameron, Loop. And I was hoping that my colleagues from the Western Agency would be here to speak upon that. And as a Western Caucus chair, it really baffles me that, you know, I don't see funds earmarked for those communities. And I'm sure the other agencies are the same too. You know, how is this fund directly gonna help that person that's living in Gold Spring Ranch, where there's no water. Coal mine, Arizona. Sabetsi iket in and then they loop dot on Tonani lately got the kid in Hashit Ash Ad and Neket in Mr. Peter Hastin Nez Kit in the Edisons, the Walkers, the Codys that live in Loop. Upon Toja Yaket in how is it gonna improve their livelihood? Again, you come across into Cameron and into the Bebaho one up in Gray Mountain area. Then Yodit Zil Baka Kehot Iniki lid the Bebaho one Hagihot Iniki Gray Mountain. No water project for you guys in this package. The awaits Kehot Iniki Gap only told Kidit Lito Tsaji Shadow Mountain. There's no projects in here for you. Preston Mesa community members. Only Bijigun Kehot Iniki Hotan. Could be Togun Kehot Iniki Ajit Neket Ini. There's no water line, anything to. And it really baffles me to see that the sliding scale is here again, just like the TTIP, TTIP. I wonder what agency is getting the most out of this project. And again, additional, the Western agency. Oh, what Abe has Ani, Ginash Uncle, then that it need Aniki. Halit ego la kill, not all kill. The Nayins, the Nikit, Oyo Hashit, yeah. Although I come from Tuba City, I had a conversation with coal mine. I got text from Tonalia, chapter official. I did get the kill in the gate. I let ego like what all did. Told ne ati tadi the gap. Aja on the west side of Highway 89 killed in the second Eats house. The Sloans, the Nez Sosi. I don't lay the big horse says you eat killed in the it's that then. Ni not be night or not so be. Zero dana started to kahapa then. He can't kill any kitten. Be a house, so it's around that one. She asked sheep in the house. So busy kill any in the seven George shit. Say, I had it Nekahot in the western portion of the Navajo Nation. I had one nasty. Be it connect the Nekahit. A man lini, Jan lini, a che, a masana, another, a china away you can't at eagle. This thing is to a team day. And I'm sure that's the same story in Chinle Agency, in Northern Agency, in Eastern, and Fort Defiance Agency. Halit ego latiba has ani konkat. Belao she nahalong beni hitchakao ze nahalin. Requires 16 votes to pass this legislation. I don't think that the votes are there. And I think, Mr. Speaker, we need to go back to the drawing table and even up this ARPA funds, because there's the ARPA funds that came down the pipeline. It was based off of the Navajo citizen. Akil ego ta ade na da do so onsen. Ako ho e ade khit a yal chi de do I khipa hazn hun jon do le ne de pa hatten. I don't know if this project will serve the western portion on west of Highway 89 as you go from Cameron to Page, because there's no water. Hoten ad neke iniki neke kohot ego onash o shashit ehye na sharo yego keya pa hun sin da hol yege da hot ege si ad neke hot ini hot at don de hot abi kana ad si ad ke hot iniki ne do hadit da ko nehi in na ye na hit od na pa haten. That's just the way I see it, this water project, from the view of my eyes as I look at Western Agency. Maybe if I knew the whole Navajo Nation and known all those people who live there to speak individually about them. But these people out there need water. You go to Gap, Arizona, every day, you go to First Windmill and Copper Mine, which is not potable water, is not on there. Then, I think, Mr. Speaker, we need to go back to the drawing table and get things where they actually serve the Navajo people out there. Oh, yeah.
I understand what you're saying, boss. I know what you mean. But see, what we did is we listened to the chapters. And look at, boss, if you look on the website, what the chapter Waterway Gap, what they turned in, not one water project. They didn't turn in a water project. So that means water wasn't a priority. Directly from the chapter, they didn't turn in a water project, boss. Copper Mine, they didn't turn in a water project. The only one that turned in a water project from that northern agency is Lachie in Western. That's the only chapter that said that they needed water. I listened to what the chapter is given, boss. You told me to listen to the chapters. I listened to them. That's why I created these things. And then from Thomas Walker's area, boss, if you look under there, under Thomas Walker, what the chapters turned in, the only one on Thomas Walker's chapters, boss. I didn't create this list. I took it directly from the chapter. Thomas Walker, there's only one project, boss. Coal Mine Canyon Water Project. And that's on the IHS listing. I don't, do we have to go back to the chapters and tell them? That's my question. I don't know, boss. They didn't put it on there, and we remember we said we're gonna listen to the people and turn it, but they didn't turn it in themselves. It's like the chapters didn't want that as a priority. So I'm sorry, I can't change what the priority is from the local level. And I know what you're feeling, boss. I wish one of my chapters put in a water project that I desperately think that they need, but they didn't put it on there. They thought something else was more important. But I listened to the chapters, I listened to the people, and that's why that's the way most of this listing came from, was listening to the chapters. Because that's what was asked of me. Thank you. Mr. Walter Haas, there's a response to all other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand all your frustration, and I appreciate the conversation. But what I need to try to get everybody to really understand is NTUA, and it's not NTUA's plan of operation or responsibility, nor does it have the funding to build new water lines to the areas that are not served. That is IHS's responsibility in the federal government. That is more than a $3 billion just build the main lines to those places, not even hook them all up problem. Okay. What we were asked to do was IHS got their deficiency list fully funded for the first time, which is a wonderful thing. If you would like to spend these dollars on those projects, we have two problems. One is if it's already on their list, it's already got federal funding attached to it. You're not supposed to spend federal dollars on a federally funded project already. You have another issue is you're letting you're having the Navajo people's resource go back to do something that the federal government has funded and is responsible to do. Now, I've been here 13 years. I understand the frustration that things just don't happen fast enough. And water is life. It's more important than electricity. I understand those things. But you have to go back and reflect, do you want to use these dollars and take the federal government off the hook? The projects that you mentioned, all the projects that you mentioned mostly are on an IHS list already. And when you keep referring to the Navajo Gallup pipeline project, that's funded by the federal government again through the Bureau of Reclamation. And if you want to build out those pieces, right, then you're going to be taking dollars that they've already obligated or promised you and use them to basically fulfill their own promise because they're not acting quick enough. But that's not what we were asked to do as we went through the processes. We were asked to be able to keep our system affordable for our customers and to be able to bring in the additional capacity needed to connect the customers that are in close proximity to our lines. That's the problem we were asked to solve. Again, we don't build those lines. When a line is built by IHS and funded by them, we then take over the O&M for them. And the water utility doesn't generate enough dollars to pay for the costs related to provide those services. The water utility does not get, the rates are not high enough to be able to recover those costs. And we've been working on other creative ways to keep the rates so all of the folks can actually afford them. Because the reality of the matter is the incomes of the people we serve are not what they need to be. So we have to have those balances. So I see your frustration, but that's not what we were brought back to do. And when you do look at the projects that chapters did put on their lists, many of those you'll find were IHS projects, right? So that's the circumstances that where you're at. The other circumstance is very simple. It's been said over and over again. We've already lost one whole year of construction. If we start over again and start to build a new list and start to do some other things, we're going to lose more construction time. And we're going to end up in a situation where we don't have enough construction time to even complete half the, or spend or consume half the dollars. And it's my understanding that there are two other funding plans, at least, that will go after these funding plans. So we've been as disruptive as possible in what we can do. And we've left flexibility in the plan so that we can respond to the needs of the Navajo people over the next 3 to 4 years. If you want to be so prescriptive that I don't have flexibility to change and respond to those needs, then that is not going to be as beneficial to the Navajo people. We've been responding to those needs and trying to do our very best to help everyone we can. And I'm going to tell you, we need to do a better job of holding IHS responsible because they have failed you. That's all I can say on that. and we can work together to make that a better proposition and purpose, that's what we need to do, right? In the meantime, we need to start helping people because I said the need is greater than what we have, right? We have enough money to do 1,000 bathrooms and there's more than 5,000 people who need it. And there's many more who never put their name on the list. When you get to electric, there's 4,000 connections and there's 14,000 families that need it. If we don't start taking care of some of those and getting them off the list, we're not going to be able to execute and get those dollars spent. So I apologize for taking any more time, but I needed to explain what we were asked to do, what our operational capabilities are, and the differences between the two things, and where those other dollars are to get your new water lines built and get your new water resources to the communities that desperately need it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We'll go back to Mr. Paulson Chaco, and then I'll do a closeout on follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Council. As we discussed the water project, there were some concerns raised with respect to the SDS list. I have Jason John that submitted the SDS list. And when you go through that list, you will note that some of these projects are considered infeasible by IHS. We took that list and took that in consideration into the overall project listing. So that's should be available in the email we sent. Jason sent that a few minutes ago. And then I had my team also resend that again. So you should have that SDS list. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chaco, and thank you very much, Mr. Haas and Mr. Jason John for the presentation on the water and wastewater. Colleagues, we still had to go over broadband, home electricity connection, and I know that you will have more questions on those, and then also with housing, and then bathroom additions. I know there's questions about that already, and then last but not least, the hardship. I've been working together with staff and also working together, asking the chairs to see if we can continue this dialogue into next week, as I know this is a priority to making sure that we need to get this completed. But I know throughout yesterday's meeting and today's meeting, there was additional questions and additional assignments. And that's the whole reason why I had this work session, because I wanted to hear from you. I wanted to make sure that your voices were heard. And if there was any amendments that we had to take back or change, that you were here to let the team, not only Paulson's team know, but the president's staff know that we're going to make these amendments to this plan. We're going to make these changes to the plan in order for us to make sure that we can say that this is a viable document that we can pass and collectively give back to the people. And that's the whole reason why that I want to have this work session. This is just a working document. This document is owned by Nabi. You know, this is a plan that's in place that's owned by Naabik'íyáti committee now. And in that, there's additional resources that we need to look at. I know that additional work sessions that we're going to continue to have is one, to still explain the expenditure plan. So I know working together with Paulson and his team, they're open to having that additional work session. But the other one is, I know we had a couple of work sessions on right-of-ways and clearances, but I think there still needs to be more clarity addressed to that. And I think the recommendations needs to be done. And then also on the home site leases, there needs to be an understanding about what can and cannot be done if there is no home site lease. And if there's a viable option for Navajo people that don't have a home site lease. Second is that there's an NHA, there was a request about what is NHA doing about housing. So Navajo Housing Authority has been already notified. They will be at the Naabik'íyáti committee next Thursday before ourselves. Third one is to have a meeting with the investment committee on investing in ourselves and adding additional resources for housing. Third is that reservoir question, Madam Chair Charles Newman, thank you for that. I know that there was discussion on the 23rd and 22nd council about possible reservoir that was west or near Burnside, Burnham, actually Burnham. And there's a whole master plan for that. I think that's been completed. Mr. Chaco has just now sent, there was a question about the IHS SDS listing. That was just now sent out by Mr. Chaco and his team. And then there's also a question about a breakdown of bathroom additions. And I think that's something that Dr. Yellowman and Mr. Haas will go over once we go through the expenditure plan on the bathroom additions. There is also what I heard about is possible amendments. One is about the language specifically for the legislation. Second is about the water projects. I'm collectively looking at that, and I will sit down with each and every one of my colleagues again to make sure that what we're doing is that we're not leaving anybody left out that's viable, and making sure that there is an amendment possible for additional water projects. Last but not least, there's going to be an amendment possibly, if not about hardship. And if that amendment is going to come forth from hardship, that's something that needs to be worked out immediately to be reviewed by Department of Justice, Mr. Rodas and his team there, in order for them to go ahead and execute that process so it can be done. Now, we have to remember, colleagues, when we approved the original plan, that it did indicate that if there was going to be any kind of amendment, that it had to be reviewed by the Department of Justice. That's what we created and passed that. That's the law that's in place. So there can't just be any amendments from the floor to any to legislation 0257-21, but there can be a working group to make sure that there is plans in place. So again, thank you very much. There's also recommendations as well on duplication, whether that duplication on some of these water projects are within Amber Crotty's legislation, the citizen legislation, or if there's projects on here that on the IHS listing, or if it's been overlooked by NQA or Jason John's group as well. Also, the federal dollars versus internal process for water projects. And I know that Honorable Browns are going to be asking for a amendment about Khathatli funding allocation that's going to be recommended. And then last but not least, again, we're going to have to be looking at water or an update clarifying all of this. Colleagues, I don't want to keep I think this is the highest priority that we have moving forward. So I know I'll continue to ask the chairs to see if we can work on this collectively, continuing on to next week. I will know that information by tomorrow, and working together with Paulson and his team members to make sure that if there is a further work sessions that we will have next week, those work sessions will be in place immediately with a notice so that we can go ahead and move forward. But we do have a Naabik'íyáti committee meeting next Thursday. I think that the document here is not ready for the legislation yet, but I do believe that we can make that document ready for us to go ahead and have a possible special session specifically for this legislation moving forward. So again, colleagues, thank you very much. I know we didn't get through our complete work session, but it's great to know that we did understand that there was non-FRF funding coming through, and the presentation for the expenditure plans need to be moved forward, because I know that a lot of my colleagues still are going to have questions on that, especially about where this is going to impact their community and how this is going to impact their community and what it's going to do for the community. So again, thank you very much, colleagues. Again, we had to be out of here 10 minutes ago, but thank you very much for the staff, for everything that you're doing, not only on the executive side, but legislative side. Madam Chief Justice, I don't know if she's still here. Thank you very much. And all the enterprises that are here, NQA, NECA, thank you very much for being a part of this discussion. Colleagues on the line, thank you very much for being with us. I know that we have to be out of this room now, but I just want to say that this is an ongoing working document, and we are, I'm listening to everything that you're saying and making sure that we can go ahead and clarify to the best possible ability, to making sure that we can go ahead and move something forward and get some passed so that we can go ahead and help our Navajo
Speaker,
people.
can I have one
Thank
question?
you very much.
Can I have a question regarding the work session here? Speaker.
On my Alma Brigade.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to ask a question to DOJ and then also to Dana, our Chief Legislative Counsel. I know we have attorneys that are working here for us, but can we amend the, can this legislation be amended by adding matching funds towards, can this funds be used for matching funds? Because right now, you know, that there's like Arizona, like I said, you know, that we can do it, but we can't for ARPA, for broadband. They say that so much, 10% can be used for Arizona broadband. But right now, is it too late to do, or that this is not eligible for matching funds?
Honorable Elmer Brigade, you can make an amendment, but you have Budget and Finance approve the process to making that amendment. In order to make the amendment, you have to have the forms filled out and have those forms reviewed by the Department of Justice. And those documents have to be reviewed, whether it's for a project plan or just allocating funding. They have to be reviewed by Department of Justice prior to them being accepted on the floor. Thank you, colleagues. Have a good day. Have a good evening. Hagona, thank you for the last couple of days of work. Safe travels. We'll see you when we see you. Hagona.
Hello.